Chapter 990. Those who wished to obtain merit should stay far away. To obtain merit, one should stay far away from happiness, worries, delusions, and greed. Monk Yi Hang didn't stay far away from any of them, yet his merit was still immeasurable. It wasn't that Lu Xiaoyi had to compete with merit, but that he couldn't avoid it in both offense and defense. Merit was one of the 5 virtues. It had a great ability to manifest mysteries and eliminate other Dao realms. Of course, it was ultimately a competition of the depth of understanding of their respective great Daos. Obviously, Lu Xiaoyi's 5 elements Dao realm couldn't compare to this monk's merit Dao realm. Therefore, his 5 elements ability couldn't achieve anything in front of Yi Hang. What he found strange was that this monk's attainments in merit had completely exceeded the scope of a bodhisattva. He didn't know much about Buddhism and didn't know what tricks were involved. In that case, he would change to another Dao realm, the great Dao of massacre. This was the most primitive, instinctive, and bloody great Dao of humans. It was also the most hidden impulse that was deeply rooted in everyone's heart. However, some people could easily uncover it, while others needed to be bullied, forced, and oppressed to the brink of death to awaken it. The power of Buddhism was the most effective orthodoxy against the great Dao of massacre. On the other hand, the great Dao of massacre was a blade hanging over Buddha's head. It was a competition of who was more profound. Murderous intent rose as the sword light became sharper. As the two of them rolled, they fought their way out of this region of space. Neither of them could control the specific direction they were heading in. This was because they had to consider their own safety first. Where to escape to, and where to teleport to, was the safest. Penetration point, combo, converging, splitting, leading, and so on. Lu Xiaoyi used almost all of his unconstrained sword techniques, except for the sword of ambush. This was because he knew that as long as that huge swastika kept spinning, any ambush would be meaningless. However, under merit, the Dao realm couldn't be broken through. Therefore, he changed to the stars. Relatively speaking, the postnatal Dao of stars performed better in front of merit. Firstly, it was because of Lu Xiaoyi's familiarity. Secondly, it was because of the Dao of stars. It was only slightly better, but it couldn't change the foundation. Of the 3,000 weak waters, only one can drink. This was not an empty phrase. It was the first time Lu Xiaoyi was suppressed by someone using the state of Dao in a battle. In the past, he was always the one suppressing others. Qing Xian must have been defeated under such circumstances because of the suppression of the Dao state of yin-yang. This was not a pointless test. He was only choosing the most suitable combination among the various Dao realms. Lu Xiaoyi's ability was not purely relying on a Dao realm to suppress others. Although he had been acting like this all along, the essence of a battle was to give the opponent a false impression. It was a kind of performance art. Needless to say, any good opponent would be able to sense it. The Dao of concentration lies in essence, while the Dao of breadth lies in fusion. How to combine a few completely different, mutually exclusive, and unrelated Dao states naturally through swordsmanship. That was the ability of a true expert. Lu Xiaoyi did not dare to say that he was outstanding in this aspect, but he had some experience. This was his last trump card. It needed to be combined with a few violent outbursts of the axe to achieve the best effect. He could not use it now because the combination of the Dao states required him to see through the opponent's merit weakness. For example, which Dao state was the best to use for the WAN word wheel's breakthrough? Which Dao state was the most suitable for the rotation of the wheel's spokes? How could the wheel's hub be penetrated? Of course, it was best to use one sword to break 10 techniques. But the prerequisite was that the sword had to be sharp enough. It had to be strong enough. If it could not be done, he could only work on the details. He had not met such a difficult opponent for a long time. Now that he thought about it, Qing Xian was only injured by the monk and did not die. The Taoist must have held back in front of him. There were no good people in the 3 pure ones. After more than 10 days, he finally had some understanding of the monk's Dao state of merit and the depth of the WN word wheel. After all, a bodhisattva was still a bodhisattva, not a Buddha. No matter how deep his understanding of merit was, it was limited by his own cultivation state. How could it be perfect? With some ideas, the combination was gradually taking shape. Now, he was just waiting for the right opportunity. Who was Yi Hang? He had fought countless battles in his life. How could he give this swordsman such a long time to test him? This guy was really too difficult to deal with. His 10,000 words wheel imprint was one of the fastest Buddhist techniques. This advantage allowed him to have the upper hand against other Buddhist or Daoist Dharma cultivators. In addition, his light wheel was not restricted to its usual form. Basically, he was the only one who could hit others, and others could not hit him. However, these advantages were not enough in front of the swordsman. The flying sword was faster than the WAN word wheel. The stars were more agile than the rotation of his light wheel. His advantage against Dharma cultivators became a disadvantage against the swordsman. Of course, this was an exception. He had killed many swordsmen before, but they were not as fast as this swordsman. They were also not as bold and unconstrained as the swordsman on his sword. This swordsman's flying sword was no longer just a sword. It was more like a cultivator's body. He could control it as he wished, and the sword and man were one. There were no flaws. What puzzled him the most was that in these 10 days of battle, there had never been a problem with his cultivation. This was not in line with his realm. He could not figure out the reason. This made him lose his patience. He was very clear that if he continued fighting like this, he would still be in this awkward situation even if he fought for another year. His greatest advantage in being invincible was not his cultivation, but his profound transcendence energy. Although this sword cultivator's transcendence energy was not profound enough, his application of transcendence energy was top-notch. Who knew how he managed to send out those endless flying swords? His advantage lay in his overwhelming knowledge of the Tao realm of karma. This was from the memories of his awakening. He did not think that he had used a trick. The power of his previous life was also power, and it was also his. His opponent's various Tao realm powers were unable to gain an advantage over him. This gave him the opportunity to set up his trap. As one of the 5 virtues, the Tao of karma was top-notch in terms of transformation, dissipation, and defense. However, it lacked sharpness in terms of offense. This was a characteristic of the Tao itself. Just like how lightning, massacre, and destruction were strong in offense but weak in defense, the balance between the 5 elements in yin and yang, and how karma and creation were strong in defense but weak in offense, these were unchangeable unless you changed your Tao. However, no matter how weak it was, it still had its own means of offense. From the start of the battle, Yi Hang had been preparing for his ultimate move. At first, he was just being cautious. He believed that he could defeat this person under normal circumstances. However, as time passed, the chances of him winning using normal means became slimmer and slimmer. In that case, his backup plan became his last hope. That was boundless charity. Chapter 991. Giving alms without any form meant that when giving alms, there was no one who could give alms. The person who received the alms and the things that were given would, of course, not have the thought of asking for anything in return after giving alms. This kind of merit given by the emptiness of the 3 chakras was the greatest merit. Doing good deeds without asking for anything in return was called giving alms without form. Giving alms for the sake of fame, for the sake of profit, for fear of falling into the evil path, or even for the sake of one's own health and well-being was called giving alms with form. It was a limited merit. Giving alms without asking for any benefits, regardless of the cost, and regardless of whether there was a reward or not, and completely for the sake of other people's needs was called giving alms without form. The merit of giving alms without form was limitless. Giving alms without form was the true essence of Buddhism, the core, and the soul. It was the brightest pearl on the crown of Buddhism. It was the origin of all techniques, the root of all mysteries, and the origin of all forms. It was reflected in the battle when there was no attack, the person who was attacked, and the method of attack. Of course, after the attack, there was no need to ask for the effect of the attack. It sounded a little self-deceiving, but this was the strongest attack of Buddhism. Without desire, it was firm; without attack, it was subdued. Was there really no attack? In the eyes of the monks, of course, it was like that. How could it be considered as attacking you when I poured Buddhism into your body? I was helping you, right? Helping you to realize your mistake, helping you to repent, helping you to rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, helping you to repent and be saved. This was the attack without attack in Buddhism. One could imagine what would happen if this kind of attack was poured into a Taoist's body. Hundreds of years of Tao foundation would be destroyed overnight. Humans would not die, but to practitioners, it was worse than death. Because you would start to want to shave your head and become a monk. Giving alms without form was a very profound non-combat combat method in Buddhism. Even the Buddhas found it difficult to master. Not only did it require talent, but also wisdom. Yi Hang's previous life also only mastered this kind of giving when he entered the late stage of half-immortal. Of course, now that he had awakened it in his next life's reincarnation, it was definitely not as perfect. It might not be possible to give alms without form, but it was still possible to give alms without form. In the end, it was very difficult for the Bodhisattva realm to reach the level of body half-immortal. This was not something that could be achieved simply by awakening part of one's memories. The awakening of Yi Hang was an individual phenomenon. It was not within the normal range. It was due to the secret technique of his previous life, the flash of inspiration when he fused with the merit shard, and the blessing of some kind of fate. It was already a great blessing to be able to reach this step. In the end, it was impossible for him to truly obtain the complete power of the body half-immortal with the body of a bodhisattva. It was more than enough to deal with yuanying. To him in his previous life, the non-reciprocal charity was just a matter of a single thought. But to him now, even if he was not fully familiar with the non-reciprocal charity or half-reciprocal charity, it would still require him to constantly work hard. From the beginning of the battle until now, more than 10 days later, he had to constantly strengthen his non-reciprocal charity concept of non-reciprocal charity. Only then did he barely meet the requirements to perform this secret technique. It wasn't complete yet, there was still a bit more to go. This was the process of incessant visualization and incessant self-suggestion. The process of infinitely diluting the opponent, ignoring the conflict between the two of them, throwing away the hatred, and only treating the opponent as a target that could be influenced. This was the preparation stage to perform the non-reciprocal charity. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to achieve this in a battle. He had to hypnotize himself without attacking and entangle himself with the opponent without letting the opponent see through his abnormality. This caused the monk Yi Hang to feel a little schizophrenic. Fortunately, it was finally close to completion. The only thing missing was a catalyst. In his previous life, when he was the body half-immortal, of course, it was not so troublesome. He could use it whenever he wanted. Why would he need a catalyst? But now, it was not possible. Since it was a half-reciprocal charity, then he had the body that could not be attacked and the receptor that could not be attacked. As an offensive method that could not be attacked, if it was to exist, there would need to be an observer to bear witness to it. It was like doing a good deed. He did not ask for anything in return, nor did he ask for fame. Therefore, he could only secretly achieve his intention through a third party. It was to establish a chastity in front of a prostitute. He was relatively familiar with this space, at least more familiar than Lu Xiaoyi. Therefore, he knew that there was a very close place that could meet his requirements. He could find the most suitable third party, and it was a third party that did not belong to humans. This was the best sounding board for the non-reciprocal charity. His voice was loud enough, he did not think, and it did not belong to the scope of human karma. Lu Xiaoyi entered a complicated space in this rhythm of probing. With his combat experience, of course, he could see that the monk was doing this on purpose. But he had his own views on the so-called complicated space environment. This was the confidence that he had gained from wandering the void of the universe for countless years. If he wanted to break the balance and find a chance to win, he needed change. If he did not follow, change would never appear. He also did not want to fight with people in an unclear way forever. The key was that there was not much fun in fighting. What he liked was the adventure of life and death in a chase. It was the best display of tactics and adaptability, the kind that could make people's blood boil. It was not like now, where the monk used an unexpected and incomprehensible Tao realm to make the battle dull. Of course, he would not completely follow the monk's wishes. Defy cooperated, and Xiao Fang deliberately messed around. In this entanglement, the two rolled into a cluster of star vortexes. During the contact, Lu Xiaoyi acutely felt a change. His flying sword was slowly taking the initiative. From 4 to 6 attacks 10 days ago, it slowly developed into a mutual attack and defense, and now it was 6 attacks and defense. For a battle expert like him, this kind of change did not make sense. His flying sword could not cause any substantial damage to the monk. The monk's cultivation was far above his, and he had rich combat experience. The two of them did not even try an explosive attack combination. Even a rabbit would kick twice before it died, let alone a human. Who would allow themselves to slowly fall into a disadvantageous position without any struggle? The virtuous Tao realm was still stable as before. There was only one explanation for this situation. The monk was preparing his trump card. Lu Xiaoyi's battle habits were that when his opponent was preparing their trump card, he would retreat from the battle. After his opponent was depressed, he would return to attack. This was also the swordsman's way of doing things. It was the essence of sword manipulation. The purpose of sword manipulation was never to clash head-on with the opponent's trump card. But there were no absolutes in this world. For example, how could this monk not know that Lu Xiaoyi was also preparing his trump card? If both of them chose to avoid the opponent's trump card, then this battle would never end. The key was that after avoiding the opponent's trump card and returning to attack, he did not have an effective solution. Taking a risk was the only choice. Swordsman was not afraid of taking risks, as long as there was a chance of success. He was confident that he could unleash his trump card before the opponent's trump card. This kind of unique tactic of forcing back the opponent's trump card was the tactic of a true expert. Because he firmly believed that his sword was faster than the opponent's swastika. Chapter 992. The star vortex group was a huge funnel-shaped celestial phenomenon formed by hundreds of small planets. Every planet in the funnel rotated in a fixed direction and at a fixed speed, carrying countless asteroids of various sizes. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would have to be very careful in such an environment, not to mention moving at high speed during a battle. It was a test of the cultivator's overall strength. Perfect control of oneself, the enemy, the environment, and the large and small meteorites. Both of them were able to do this. While fighting, their bodies drifted in the chaotic star vortex. Not only could they move freely, they could also effectively use the meteorites to block the opponent's attacks. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Originally, he wanted to put in more effort in such an environment and see if he could use the complicated environment to launch an explosive attack in advance. In the end, after a few exchanges, he realized that the monk's performance was perfect. Obviously, the monk had his own understanding of how to move freely in a complicated environment and was not weaker than him. He could only wait for the moment when both sides could accept the decisive battle. There was also a small change. In this star vortex group, there were traces of cultivators. They were not humans, but demonic beasts. Vaguely, there were a few Yuaniing-level demonic beasts poking their heads out from afar, but none of them actually appeared in the vicinity. This was in line with the reality of the universe's cultivation world. The status of demonic beasts was far lower than that of humans. This made them try their best not to fight with humans in the void of the universe. It was also a way to protect themselves. Of course, this did not include ancient beasts. However, ancient beasts would not appear in places where human cultivators flourished. They had other places to live and would try their best to stay away from human territory. The cowardice of demonic beasts made Monk Yihang very depressed. Couldn't they be more generous? Would it kill them to come and take a look? But there was only one demonic beast that came over, so where did this third-party medium that he was giving out half of his gifts come from? Since they did not come, he would go and find them. Although he had never been to this area before, he knew it from the star map that it belonged to a demonic beast's domain. It could barely be regarded as an upper-class domain, but it was not suitable for human habitation because it was located in a group of star vortexes. The fast spinning speed was not something that the human body could withstand. Without a place for mortals to live, there was no cultivation inheritance. In the end, this place was occupied by demonic beasts. The human cultivation world also turned a blind eye to it and let it be. This was a very suitable place. Monarch-level demonic beasts were extremely rare, giving him enough space to unleash his power without being disturbed. In fact, there was only one realm in the group of vortexes that was a cultivation environment. Because the rotation speed was extremely fast, everything here was in a hurry. The change between day and night would be completed within 2 hours. Not only would it affect living creatures, but it would also affect plants. Therefore, the plants here were different from those in normal cultivation realms. They could only survive by adapting. The plants here had automatically completed the process of adaptation, and so did the demonic beasts. They had long been used to it. On the contrary, they would feel uncomfortable if they went to a normal cultivation world. In the face of the appearance of human cultivators, most of the demonic beasts held an indifferent attitude. They would not join any side. That was the path to disaster. In the long years of cultivation, the cruel history had already taught them this point. But there were always accidents. There were always curious ones. There were always beginner Yuaniing who did not know the dangers of the cultivation world. If a beginner Yuaniing had a strong curiosity, something would definitely happen. The great immortal Nyo Li hummed a little tune as he flew outside the realm. Great Immortal was the title that the little ones on the mountain called him. He closed the door and talked to himself. Of course, he did not dare to call himself that outside. But in the area where he was active, he could ride the clouds and fog, summon the wind and rain, and enter and leave the blue sky. Wasn't that the ability of a great immortal? He flew outside the realm not because he wanted to travel in the universe. Even if he did not have much experience with the blood and tears of countless senior demonic beasts, he would not wander around in the void after just a few decades of forming his nascent soul. Even if he flew close to the surface of the realm, he was only rushing to another mountain in the realm to congratulate an old friend. Originally, he could just fly within the realm at this distance. But first, he had just formed his nascent soul not long ago and was still full of yearning for the void of the universe. Second, he wanted to show off his ability in front of his underlings. So he directly flew out of the realm. In fact, he did not fly very far. Once he left the realm, he began to fly close to the realm. He could also experience the vastness of the void of the universe. The distance was actually very close. He had just flown out of the realm and was about to fall when an extremely dangerous collision of spiritual vigor came from not far away. It scared the great immortal Nyo Li so much that he did not know what to do. His experience was still a little lacking. If it were any other familiar or slightly knowledgeable demonic beast here, it would immediately choose to escape into the chi layer without hesitation, because this was clearly a battle between two powerful existences, and it was not something that a mere demonic beast could just sit back and watch. However, great immortal Nyo Li had just reached the stage of Yuaniing, so it was still a little confused about the situation. It had never come into contact with human cultivators before, so it did not know that this kind of battle fluctuation was not something that could be caused by demonic beast. It wanted to take a closer look. In any case, it was close to the atmosphere and could escape at any time. Just as it was hesitating, two humans appeared in its sight. One of them had a Buddha aura and a swastika wheel that made it dizzy. The other one had a sword aura and a flying sword that made it tremble in fear. If he wanted to turn around and slip away, how could it be too late? While Lu Xiaoyi was entangled with the two of them, he suddenly felt the 10,000-word wheel on the monk's body turn dark. He knew that this was a sign. Without hesitation, the sword light above his head was like a huge river. Previously, there were no more than 3,000 to 5,000 sword lights. But now, there were tens of thousands of sword lights. This was the largest form of sword light he could achieve at the moment. The Dao realm was the star realm. The Dao realm of the star realm would help him break through the 10,000-word wheel's cutting edge. Then, he would change the Dao realm to the 5 elements to deal with the spinning of the wheel's spokes. Then, he would use the luck slash to break the protection of merit. Finally, He would use the Tao of Massacre to attack the hub of the wheel, which was the monk's body, changing the Tao realm 4 times consecutively in the instant the flying sword came into contact with the opponent was an extremely difficult operation. Not only did it require a deep understanding of the Tao realm, it also required the realm of one with the sword. More importantly, it tested the strength of the flying sword's sword spirit. There were very few swordsmen who could achieve this in the stage of yuanying, especially when the flying sword came into contact with the monk's body 4 times consecutively. Lu Xiaoyi was able to do this because he had worked hard for hundreds of years. Almost at the same time, a swastika that emitted a gentle glow spun towards him. Its speed was ordinary, its power was ordinary, and its momentum was ordinary. Lu Xiaoyi did not choose to dodge. He had a feeling that this thing could not be avoided, so he could only intercept it with his sword aura. After more than 10 days of battle, he had already understood the power of this thing very well. He knew how many flying swords were needed to stop it. For this reason, he had already prepared a countermeasure among the tens of thousands of sword lights he had sent out. Thousands of sword lights and the swastika passed through. What Lu Xiaoyi did not expect was that the intercepting of the flying swords did not have any effect on this gentle 10,000-word wheel. It was as if it was just a virtual image of a swastika without any substance. It could not be a feint. Chapter 993. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xiaoyi was faced with 2 choices. Should he give up on attacking and focus on defending against this strange 10,000-word wheel? Or should he continue attacking? The ferocity of a sword cultivator was vividly displayed on his body at this moment. He couldn't defend because he still didn't know how to defend himself. Thousands of sword rays seemed to hit nothing when they passed through, as if they didn't exist at all. Would 10,000 sword rays be effective? In a desperate situation, he threw his last few hundred sword rays into the attack. He was completely defenseless now. However, his flying swords would arrive before the 10,000-word wheel. It was a competition of who was more ruthless. Would the monk withdraw his wheel? Or would he withdraw his sword? The swordsman only had one choice. Both of them were ruthless enough. Yi Hang was shocked to see the swordsman, who had always been cautious, completely disregard his own safety in this attack. It was as if he was going to die together with his opponent. He wouldn't withdraw his wheel either. Although most of his karmic power was on the 10,000-word wheel, he still believed that his slightly dimmed wheel would still be able to block the flying sword. Even if the flying swords were faster and denser this time, as long as he clenched his teeth and held on, the swordsman's defenseless body wouldn't be able to dodge the formless charity. As for him, he would at most suffer some ordinary injuries. If the swordsman dared to fight, so did he. Just as Lu Xiaoyi expected, his flying swords arrived first. Under the full force of his stellar Tao, they broke through the 10,000-word wheel's blade and instantly changed into the 5-elemental wheel. Their power didn't diminish even as they collided with the 10,000-word wheel. Yi Hang could feel that the swordsman's sword was different from the others. The complicated changes in his Tao successfully broke through the 10,000-word wheel that he was so proud of. However, he couldn't withdraw his attack now. Not only him, but also the swordsman. Neither of them could withdraw their attacks. Withdrawing meant death. He still had the wheel hub. He still had karmic power. However, Yi Hang's last hope was completely destroyed by the luck severing. The wheel hub, which had temporarily lost the protection of merit, was shattered by the eruption of the great Tao of slaughter. It was also at this moment that the swastika seal firmly imprinted itself into Lu Xiaoyi's body. Both sides suffered great losses. Yi Hang felt that the sword qi in his body was piercing his heart like thousands of arrows, mercilessly wreaking havoc. The 5 elemental stars intertwined with each other, and the changes didn't stop for a single moment. His meridians, acupoints, muscles, and bones were minced into pieces. Even the power of merit could not help him for the time being. However, he still possessed the basic abilities of a cultivator, even if this ability was not even 1/100th of what it was at his peak. A lotus platform popped out on its own. The petals opened and wrapped around him before closing seamlessly. At the same time, light and shadow intertwined. The color of the lotus slowly faded and distorted. Under a vague spatial force, it gradually disappeared. It was unknown which dimensional space it had gone to, and it could no longer be found. It was a bit like Shia Bing's space silkworm chrysalis, but of a much higher level. This was the safest way. Who knew what kind of trouble he would encounter if he stayed here? Humans and monsters. When he was intact, everyone would stay away from him. But what about when he lost his ability to defend himself? Who could guarantee that others would not have bad intentions? This was the last means of self-protection for the monks of the Heavy Mountain Temple. It was a treasure that the senior monks took from the lotus seeds of the 9 songs Buddhist lotus. After countless procedures and numerous sacrificial refinements, it could completely seal the space and maintain a relatively undisturbed state in order to help the monks recover. The injury was very serious, very serious. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such a serious injury. However, he was still very satisfied. No matter how serious the injury was, he could slowly recover with time. The power of the Tao state was not worth mentioning because the power of merit was endless. He would eventually be able to completely dissolve it one day. As for the body, it was just a trivial matter among the various injuries. The key was the opponent. He had completely received the arms of the swastika seal. Then, what would be the situation of the swordsman now? How long would it take for him to abandon the Tao and pray to Buddha? He really wanted to see it with his own eyes. Unfortunately, this was the only thing he was not satisfied with. He could not see the opponent struggling in pain and helplessness. A Daoist who had cultivated for 700 years was now covered in the power of merit and faith. It must be very interesting. However, although he could not see it, he could feel it through the connection of merit. This was the only fun he had in the lotus platform. Lu Xiaoyi looked unscathed from the outside. However, only he knew the situation inside his body the best. The power of merit and faith had instantly destroyed the system of Daoist techniques that he had cultivated for 700 years. The only thing left was the peacock god's space in his sea of consciousness. If the peacock god's space was also conquered, he, who was covered in merit, would have to become a monk even if he did not want to. This was a matter for the future. All he could do now was to use the peacock god's space as a final resistance. He could not care about anything else for the time being. He did not have the lotus platform, nor did he have the meticulous backup plan that the monks had. He could no longer control his body and could only go with the flow. Would he be a floating corpse in the void, or would he fall into the bounded domain? Would those demonic beasts watching from afar want to eat Tang Sanzang's flesh? On the surface, it looked like both sides were injured, but in reality, he had loss. He could not kill the monk. That damned power of merit had stopped his Tao state from wreaking havoc. Although it would take a long time to completely remove it, as long as he could stabilize it and prevent it from worsening, there would be a day when he would recover. But what about him? He did not even have a relatively safe environment for healing. He did not have any effective healing methods. He was helpless against someone who had a higher level of merit and Tao state than him, unless his Tao state was stronger than the monk's merit, but how could it be improved so easily? He was afraid that before he could improve it to a sufficient level, he would have to submit to Buddha. Lu Xiaoyi immersed the only bit of mental strength that he could control into the peacock god space and left the rest to heaven's will. This battle let him know that there was always someone better than him. It was a good thing for him. It helped to correct his mentality that was becoming more and more unruly. But did he still have the chance to correct it? What was extreme joy begetting sorrow? This was extreme joy begetting sorrow. He had just swept away 150,000 spiritual opportunity from origin deity realm, and now he had to pay the price for such evil deed. This was heavenly Tao's reincarnation. Lu Xiaoyi returned his consciousness to the sea of consciousness, to the peacock palace. He seemed to have become that big-bellied old crow. As his wings flapped, he tried his best to resist the power of merit that was surging over like a tide. There were golden Buddhas, lotus bodhisattvas, arhats and monks, endless believers, a beautiful afterlife, Buddhist words of warning, fresh flowers falling, and Sanskrit sounds faintly discernible. It was as if an incomparably peaceful and auspicious enormous Buddhist kingdom was pressing over, wanting to accept him, assimilate him, fuse with him. His future was bright. He flapped his wings that were becoming heavier and heavier, absolutely not giving up on his resistance. Chapter 994. Great deity Nyo Li was trembling with fear as he watched from the side. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Regardless of whether it was the swastika or the winding river flying sword, even if there were 10 of him, he would still be smashed to pieces. But in fact, it was only a short moment. When Yihang saw it, he was afraid that it would run away, so he immediately used formless charity without any hesitation. Then, he perished together with it in an instant. There wasn't even a collision of spiritual vigor, because the swastika was a virtual seal of virtue and couldn't be affected by external forces. The other spies who were watching from afar couldn't determine what was going on. Why did the originally normal rhythm of the battle suddenly end? Out of fear, they didn't dare to immediately come over to take a look. But great deity Nyo Li saw it clearly. 2 powerful human cultivators were injured. One used a secret technique to escape, and the other was unconscious. Then, what should it do? Under normal circumstances, an experienced demonic beast would continue to observe, unwilling to get involved in this sudden karma. Once they were involved, no matter which power behind the human came looking for them, it was not something that demonic beasts like them could contend against. Although this place was called the Cultivation Upper Realm, it didn't live up to its name. There were few true monarchs, and there was no heaven and earth barrier. What could it use to stop an invasion? But it was also greedy. This was a demonic beast's instinct. The human swordsman definitely had countless resources on him, and the hesitant demonic beasts in the distance were all testing its demonic heart. Should it bravely take a bite? Or should it pretend to be a passerby and leave? If it lived for a few hundred years, it might choose to pretend that it didn't see anything, but right now, it was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. The opportunity was already at its mouth. How could it just let it go? Without making a sound, he transformed into his original form. He was a big and strong yellow ox with his head lowered and his hooves stampeded. He rushed over and carried the sword cultivator on his back. His huge body had already descended into the chi layer with the speed of lightning. Only after a long time did those spies finally rush over. Looking at the clean void, there were no traces of a fight, nor were there any signs of Dao disappearing. Naturally, they assumed that the 2 humans had flown somewhere else. As for where they went, no one knew. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to chase after them. Great immortal Nyo Li carried the human and descended rapidly in the atmosphere. His mind was filled with thoughts. Of course, it would not eat this human. There were no benefits, and there was no temptation that eating a cultivator would be a great supplement. After cultivating for thousands of years, it understood all too well that cultivation was about the little things that happened every day, and not about swallowing an immortal pill in one gulp. Furthermore, he had heard from his fellow clansmen that human flesh was not delicious. I heard that creatures that are too scheming don't even taste good. The spoils of war had been snatched, but how to use them had become a problem. It was impossible to kill him. It was clearly the monk's sin. No matter how stupid it was, it knew that it couldn't be the one to take the blame. However, even though the swordsman had a lot of storage rings, each and every one of them had profound restrictions placed on them. Even though he was as strong as an ox, yes, he was an ox in the first place, his brain was very small compared to the rest of the demonic beasts. Using his physical body to fight was his forte, but using his brain would cause him headaches. After being impulsive, there would be a lot of trouble. Should they save him or not? How to save him? Should he take it or not? How to take it? If this person woke up in the end, what should it say to prove that it was the savior of the swordsman? If this person died, would it be tainted with karma? It heard that humans were all heartless and ungrateful people who repay kindness with enmity. If the swordsman woke up, it really wouldn't be able to defeat him. What if it was slaughtered and made into marinated beef by him? Its meat was famous for being delicious. It was a proper snowflake meat, with a balance of fat and lean. It was said that humans loved to eat this, All kinds of trivial matters made the simple-minded Nyo Lee feel that its small brain was about to be turned into mush. It couldn't think of a perfect plan, not even a half-perfect one. Only then did it remember the purpose of its trip here. Well, it was originally here to meet a friend and congratulate him on taking in his 9th concubine. However, it was so overwhelmed by this brainless change that it completely forgot about its original purpose. At this moment, an idea suddenly popped into its mind. Let it have an epiphany. Well, its friend was a loyal one. Before it reached the nascent soul stage, he had given it a lot of help. The two of them had been friends for thousands of years. More importantly, its friend was different from itself. He had been to the human world and had seen the world before. It came empty-handed this time and didn't bring any gifts. Why not offer this human as a present? The two of them could be divided into 5 parts. In the future, if there was any karma, there would be one more person to help it. It was a really good idea. Nyo Lee thought it through and turned into a gust of demonic wind. Under the black clouds, no one could see what it was carrying on its back. Although it was crude, it was still cautious at the very least. After flying for a short while, it arrived at a dangerous mountain. It didn't have a name. Demonic beasts didn't have the hobby of naming things. Anyway, whoever occupied this place would call it whatever mountain it was. Therefore, this place was now called Pig Head Mountain, just like how its own cave was called Ox Head Mountain. Its master's cave was in the middle of the mountain peak. From afar, it could see many small demons busily working below. Of course, there were no lanterns or decorations like humans, and they didn't know how to do that. There were only big fish and big meat and all kinds of fruit wine spread out outside the cave. There were hundreds of big and small demons. Some were at the Jindan stage, but most were at the foundation establishment stage and chi refining stage. It was very prosperous. This was also something that Nyo Lee admired. Its Ox Head Mountain wasn't so harmonious. It fought all day long, and they ate each other's food. However, it didn't have the beast veins that its second brother had. He ate all the big and small beasts, and beasts came and went. This was also a skill. Those who had been to the human world and had been plated with gold were indeed different. When its demonic wind fell, the big and small demons weren't afraid. Knowing that it was irregular, they walked diligently and knelt down to pay their respects. Greetings, Grandpa Nyo. Good luck to Grandpa Nyo. Great deity Nyo Lee enjoyed it very much. Look at how polite it was. It was much better than its own place. Sensing the aura, it knew that it wasn't the only guest in the cave. Its second brother had traveled widely and had many friends. It couldn't compare to him. However, it was second brother's best brother. This was different from the other Yuaniing big demons. He was familiar with second brother's cave like it was his own house. He came here too many times, but he didn't go to see the master. Instead, he ran to the back of the cave. There were many demons, and if they knew too much, it wouldn't be easy to share. Great deity Nyo Lee was rough, but there were times when he was calculative. How could he carry the spoils of war to the main hall and let more people see it? The back of the cave was where second brother's family lived. Ordinary friends wouldn't come here, so it was much safer. After a few turns, a charming rabbit demon walked out from the side. She bowed and smiled. Third uncle is here. Why didn't you go to the front to see the king? Why did you come to the back instead? Could it be that you're here to steal the king's wine again? As she spoke, she winked flirtatiously. This was the rabbit demon's nature. It wasn't that she wanted to seduce this third uncle. With the rabbit demon's petite body, it was already very difficult for it to deal with the king of pigs, let alone third Uncle Nyo. If they really did it, wouldn't it be like a tanghulu? Chapter 995. Mountain Boar was in the main hall receiving guests from the south and north when he suddenly received a sneaky message from Brother Nyo. After experiencing the Tai Pu realm, he obtained the Tai Pu ancient spirit and gained more knowledge. The way of heaven also relaxed the standards of the upper realm, so it didn't take long for him to successfully become a Yuaniing. In the desolate world of Sailu, he could be considered a big shot. His horizons were broadened, and he had seen enough, so he handled things differently for demons. The most important thing was that it was slowly awakening the memories of its previous life. It finally understood its true origins. It understood what it was searching for in its 10 reincarnations. Every time it reincarnated, this memory would become more profound and clearer. In its dozens of previous lives, except for most of the cases where it died before reaching the nascent soul stage, it finally died on the way to the universe to find its senior brother after reaching the nascent soul stage several times. If it died, it would reincarnate. When it became a Yuaniing, it would go out to find him. This cycle had never stopped. It also knew that its senior brother's hometown was in the 5th ring, in the blue sky realm, but he might not be able to reincarnate there now. In any case, it firmly believed that since it could reincarnate endlessly and regain its memories, there was no reason that its senior brother couldn't do the same. No matter what others said, it held on to this point and never gave up. What it said to GE and the little black dragon back then was not a joke. The wild boar believed in one thing, and that was that it would not turn back even if it hit a wall. There were 2 problems. First, it didn't know where its senior brother had reincarnated to. What was his current state? Secondly, its terrible cultivation realm and strength caused every trip it took to the universe to become a disaster. It was eaten by void beasts and killed by cultivators. However, this still couldn't change its original heart. The wild boar had such a stubborn temper. It had no friends, and the few that it had were just a bunch of bad friends. They couldn't be of any help. Because of its roots, it would never have any backing. It would forever be a lonely pig. Before it regained its memory, it could still happily eat and wait for death. After it regained its memory, nothing in this world could attract it anymore, until it stepped into the universe alone, drifting alone, searching aimlessly until it was killed by someone. In the wild boar, being killed and reincarnated seemed to be an effortless journey. It believed that one day, under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, it would get its wish. It did not want to think too much about other things. For example, why was it a pig every time it was reincarnated? Why was it that other people's memories of reincarnation would become fainter and fainter, but it would become stronger and stronger? None of this was important. What was important was what it should do. This time, after becoming a nascent soul, its memory was restored as usual. It began to prepare for a long journey again. It was very clear that once it stepped into the void of the universe, it would never be able to return here. Therefore, it spent more than 100 years here to improve its strength, consolidate its cultivation, and prepare its luggage. Of course, it also found a few more secretaries and a nest of rabbits. In its plan, within 100 years, it would once again walk into the universe and carry out its unique tragedy. Regarding this point, it had reincarnated so many times, but it had never mentioned it to anyone. This was the most sacred thing in its heart, and also the only guarantee that it could find its senior brother. If it said it out loud, it would not work. Luck would not be there. Because of the memories of several lifetimes, his way of dealing with the world was completely different from those vulgar fellows. In the eyes of brothers like Great Immortal Ox, this kind of performance was innate wisdom, and a great future. But they would never know that it was precisely because of its innate wisdom that it died earlier than other demon cultivators of the same realm, dying without any complaints or regrets in it, sir. When it was drunk, it had to enjoy itself to the fullest. When it woke up, it had to scatter. It never accumulated resources and fought defy, so it had a lot of friends. Other demon cultivators thought that it was such a worldly character, but only it knew that it was useless to accumulate resources. Anyway, it would die in the void of the universe sooner or later. When Great Immortal Nyo Lee's divine sense transmitted over, Wild Boar's expression did not change. It ordered the servants to bring up good wine and good meat, and accompanied the guests for a round before it excused itself and left. The next moment, it came to the cave of its 4th concubine. The old bull at the door had a vigilant look, and 2 horns on its head, as if it was ready to fight at any time. Wild Boar laughed. "Third brother Nyo, what are you doing? You're not drinking in front, but sneaking around behind." Great Immortal Nyo grabbed Wild Boar's hoof. "Second brother, I have something good. Today, I specially brought it over to share with second brother. Come with me." Wild Boar was dragged into its secretary's cave by great immortal Nyo. As soon as it saw the human figure sitting cross-legged, it was as if it was struck by lightning, as if it was immobilized. It couldn't move, couldn't speak, and could only cry out 2 lines of blood from its 2 big pig eye socket. This scared great immortal Nyo quite a bit. He slapped the pig's spine, pinched its middle, and blamed himself. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Are you blaming this little brother for bringing an unrelated person over? Are you afraid of trouble? It's okay, this has nothing to do with second brother. I'll carry him away myself, and definitely won't implicate second brother. Great immortal Nyo Li also felt strange. Its words were actually probing. It understood its second brother very well. If he was still ordinary when he was in Jindan, then once he became a nascent soul, he really changed completely. He even led the brothers to do a few big things, and was unparalleled. Second brother was usually very bold, so why did he suddenly? There must be a reason. Wild Boar finally calmed down. It was crying and laughing, but it suppressed its voice, and kept humming. It pulled the old bull. Third brother, today second brother owes you a huge favor. Do you know who this person is? Do you still remember the story of the Tai Pu realm that I told you? Great immortal Nyo immediately reacted, and covered the bull's mouth. It can't be so coincidental, right? This is the person who helped second brother in the Tai Pu realm. What ear is it again? One ear. He's my benefactor. Third brother, you saved him, so you're also my benefactor. Wild Boar bowed its head, causing great immortal Nyo to panic. It hurriedly helped it up, and complained. Second brother, what are you saying? What kind of benefactor was this? We're all brothers. He helped you, which means he helped me. Everyone helps each other, so how can it be so clear? Wild Boar forced itself to calm down. Of course, this was not as simple as a benefactor, but the reason behind this could not be spread to a third person's ears, and even a second person could not know. At this moment, Wild Boar's mind had never been so clear. It knew that the choice it made now would affect its life. There were still many things that it did not completely understand. But its intuition could not be wrong, and there might be some small mistakes, so what was the big deal? Third brother, you need to tell us everything that happened exactly as it happened. You can't leave out anything. If we do it well, we'll have a great opportunity. If we don't, there might be big trouble. You also know that once we're tainted by human cultivators, there are many things that we can't control. Chapter 996. Pighead Mountain was immersed in joy. To monsters, happiness was always so simple. Their battle might be more bloody, but it did not involve much. It was not as complicated as the battle between humans. Wild Boar used private matters as an excuse to guard Fourth Concubine's cave. Under its tyrannical orders, the few people who knew about it, the few monsters, were restricted from entering and leaving. They were imprisoned in a hidden place in the cave, including its fourth secretary. They were under the surveillance of its divine sense the entire time. It did not know who its senior brother's enemy was. It only knew that it was a monk. This was reasonable. When it followed its senior brother in the interior heaven, its main enemy was also a monk. This was an unavoidable feud, so it was not strange at all. It needed to make a decision. Should it leave its senior brother here or change to a safer place where no one knew about it, including Old Ox? It could not make any mistakes. Pighead Mountain looked prosperous, but it was also a sieve. It could not hide anything. It did not care before because it had nothing to hide, but it was different now. Its senior brother had not woken up and did not have the ability to protect himself. It could only rely on it now. It did not allow itself to make any mistakes. Would the monks still come? Silu, would the other monsters come after hearing the news? It needed to consider everything. Was Single Ear the name of its senior brother in this life? Or was it fake? Its senior brother was very cunning, but it did not matter. It was fine as long as he was right. Was he its senior brother? It was not sure. It did not have powerful magic power or divine abilities like his senior brother's friends. It was just a demon pig whose cultivation base was no higher than nascent soul. All of its judgments came from the intuition of a demon, and it did not have any accurate evidence to prove its judgment. But it believed in itself. Just like in the Taipu realm, its senior brother did not recognize it, but he saved it without hesitation. There was a mysterious connection, which was fate. Was it not enough to have fate? It was the swordsman. There was fate. There was a feeling. Powerful enough. Causing trouble. That was enough. No matter whether he was its senior brother or not, it would just treat him as its senior brother. As for the rest, it would leave it to time. As long as it followed its senior brother, there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. Senior brother definitely can't recognize it now. According to the rules of the cultivation world, a reincarnated cultivator must reach the realm of his previous life before he can recover his memory. Senior brother's realm was a bit high when he died, however, it did not doubt that senior brother could reach that realm. Of course he could. He definitely could. Who is senior brother? He was a golden immortal who dared to poke a hole in the sky. If he couldn't do it, no one in the cultivation world could. Wild Boar knew that its current goal was to live well. Even if it couldn't keep up with senior brother, it would be good to just watch. He didn't need to go to the void of the universe to throw his life away. He could live a good life while hugging someone's leg. This was its greatest wish, a wish that had lasted for more than 10 lifetimes. In this lifetime, its dream had finally come true. I can't die again. Otherwise, who knows where I'll reincarnate next time? How could he be as lucky as he was now? The universe was nothing to senior brother, but it was nothing to old pig. It really couldn't fly. As for whether or not senior brother could survive this ordeal, it had never considered this question. It didn't even consider how it could help senior brother. For a main character of cultivation like senior brother, wasn't every injury a prelude to a great increase in strength? That's what the stories said. What's there to worry about? Wild Boar began to laugh foolishly. Its thoughts wandered a little. If it followed senior brother to a domain with more spiritual vigor, would it be better to bring a few secretaries? Bring all of them? Or pick a few of the most coquettish ones? If the secretaries were unwilling to leave here, would it follow senior brother? Or stay? Senior brother was good in everything, but he loved to cause trouble. It was too dangerous to follow him. Others couldn't do anything to him with his abilities, but old pig couldn't stand it. Or stay here and watch silently. Take care of the secretaries silently. Thinking of the beautiful life in the future, Wild Boar couldn't help but drool. However, it was suddenly awakened by the noise in the hall. It was its bad friends who couldn't help themselves after drinking too much. This brought it back to reality. No, this place was too noisy. It had to change to a safer place. A crafty rabbit had 3 burrows. When it was in the interior heaven, it had the habit of leaving a secret passage for itself. Now that it had married 9 secretaries, and each secretary had 3 burrows, 9 would be 27 burrows. There were many places, and no one could find it. This was the confidence that it had built its foundation here for several hundred years. When it thought of it, it acted immediately. While the demonic beasts were stuffing themselves, Wild Boar carried senior brother and quietly left Pighead Mountain, disappearing into the vast mountains. When it recovered the memories of its previous life, its former identity as a demonic builder allowed it to possess a cunning and meticulousness that was not inferior to human. It had reincarnated for over 10,000 years, and didn't want to wait for another 10,000 years. Moreover, once you wasted your luck once, you wouldn't be able to wait for a second time. Although Wild Boar, who had spent time in the interior heaven, didn't have a high cultivation level, his insight and knowledge were top-notch. At that time, senior brother's friends were all first severance and second severance, and there were half-immortals among them. After settling down senior brother in the most secretive cave, it wasn't worried at all about how senior brother had woken up. Maybe senior brother was now circulating his inner secrets to a higher level. As for medicinal pills, was senior brother someone who needed medicinal pills? Too vulgar. It was very clear about senior brother's attitude towards medicinal pills. Previously, when it wanted to take some pills in the interior heaven, it was scolded badly, so it probably wouldn't use them himself. Moreover, it didn't have any medicinal pills. Have you ever seen a demonic beast that needed to take medicine when it was injured? It was all shouldered by itself. The more it shouldered, the better. Of course, if it couldn't, then everything would be over. In its heart, Senior Brother was omnipotent. Just give him a little light and he'd be able to light up, and he'd be able to live as long as he was planted in the ground. What it had to consider were external factors. That was how it was written in novels. Danger always came from the side, including those scoundrel friends of his, the small demons under him, and the 9 secretaries. It couldn't let them ruin things for him. It did what it could do. It couldn't interfere with Senior Brother's matters, and if it made a mistake, it would be beaten up. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know that the person who saved him had so many thoughts. Now, he had completely lost his perception of the external environment, and couldn't even sit cross-legged normally. His current posture was still being leaned against the wall by the wild boar, with rods on both sides. It wasn't important anymore. The important thing was that he really needed external stimulation now. Swordsmen didn't rely on external objects, but it didn't mean that he didn't need them at all. Under normal circumstances, if there were alternatives, he would try his best not to use external objects. However, under certain circumstances, external objects were very important. Everything in the world had its own uses. Man was the spirit of all things, and he couldn't do without the support of other spiritual object. This wasn't an external path, but a true path. Otherwise, the real world of cultivation should be full of naked people, with nothing else. Now, he needed the help of external object. Even if it was a pill, a drop of water, or the input of other people's spiritual opportunity. Chapter 997. The Buddhist kingdom illuminated by the great Tao of merit surged forward, burrowing into every opening it could find. This was the specialty of the innate great Tao. The so-called collapse of the great Tao did not mean that the great Tao was gone and the merit would cease to exist. It meant that the Tao-fusing golden immortal could no longer control the great Tao, causing the great Tao to collapse. Just like a building. A building built by an architect was destroyed by an accident after countless years of baptism. No one knew if the architect was dead or not, but when the building collapsed, the bricks and stones were still there. The foundation that was rooted in the ground was still there. If another architect picked up the bricks and stones, he might be able to find some new materials elsewhere and build a new house, which was another Tao fusing golden immortal. In the process of the house collapsing, in the days of ruins, the bricks and stones were still there, and the meaning of the wood and stones were still indispensable to the construction. The only thing missing was a template, a standard. Just like Yi Hang's great Tao of merit, it still contained a considerable amount of power, but this power was not recognized by the highest level. Most importantly, Lu Xiaoyi was not at the highest level. Thus, he did not have the ability to deny the great Tao of merit. There would be flaws. The problem was whether he could find it. In the sparrow god's dimension, the wings of the big-bellied crow flapped slower and slower. This was the pressure brought to him by the great Tao of merit. He knew very well that if he continued to resist passively, he would not be able to last for long. The power of merit was endless. Through the unseen channels, it was constantly replenishing and strengthening. This was the most fatal thing. And the few great Tao he left in the monk's body were rootless. Without the support of his Tao state, they would only become weaker and weaker. This was the power of the top application of the great Tao of merit. It was not that the 5 elements slaughter could not do this. The 5 elemental slaughter Tao was an unbroken innate Tao. Of course, they could do this. Cultivators could use the ubiquitous 5 elemental slaughter Tao in the universe to replenish the consumed 5 elemental slaughter Tao. But the problem was that Lu Xiaoyi had yet to understand it to that extent. Currently, most of Yi Hang's energy was still focused on using his own power of virtues to counteract the 5 elemental slaughtering stars. As the 5 elemental powers in his body grew weaker and weaker, he would be able to increase his investment in Lu Xiaoyi's cultivation. In other words, he actually didn't have unlimited time to think of a solution. He had to find a solution before Yi Hang was free. Otherwise, the longer he waited, the lower the possibility of a comeback. He had already thought of a way, which was to use external stimuli to divert the attention of the power of merit and open up a second battlefield. Then, the sparrow deity would counterattack and expel the power of merit. This was because he could no longer control his own body. His entire mind was completely immersed in defending against the merits. If he wanted to control his body, he would need to invest a certain amount of mental energy to control his body that was currently occupied by the merits. He could not afford to invest this amount of mental energy. He was afraid that even if he managed to regain control of his body, he would lose the sparrow god's space. That would be a real loss. Therefore, he was looking forward to external stimulation, no matter what kind of stimulation it was: pills, artifacts, and spiritual vigor. Even if someone came to kill him now, the magic power that penetrated into his body would be of great help to him. But the depressing thing was that there was nothing. He would either be saved by someone and fed them pills and spiritual vigor, or be killed by someone and force entered his body. This was also the reason why he decisively put all his mental energy into the sparrow god's space when he was injured. He knew that there were demonic beasts spying on him. After the battle, there would definitely be demonic beasts coming to clean up the battlefield. No matter if it was good or bad, it was an opportunity for him. But what was going on now? No one was helping him, and no one was killing him. He was just quietly placed in a place, and then no one cared about him. This situation could be pardoned in the mortal world, but in the cultivation world, where demonic beasts roamed freely, he was treated like this. He really couldn't understand it. Where was everyone? Where were the demonic beasts? Where the F*ck did they all die to? Of course, he didn't know that there was someone who worshipped him and didn't care about his situation at all. He thought that there was no problem in the universe that he couldn't solve. Therefore, he was worshipped here like a bodhisattva, and didn't even give him a stick of incense or a bowl of water. There was no need. Senior brother was climbing to new heights. That was how it was described in the novels. After waiting for a while, he knew that he couldn't pin his hopes on external stimuli anymore. Since there wasn't any in the beginning, the chances would be even slimmer in the future. He had to completely rely on himself. Time waits for no man. He had to rush before Yi Hang recovered. Being forced to this point, he actually had no other choice. Since resistance would be broken sooner or later, he could only take advantage of the fact that he still had some power in the sparrow god space to let some of the power of merit attack in. Since he couldn't reject it, he could only enjoy it and merge with it. He placed his hopes on his experience of being invaded by Buddhist power, and he placed his hopes on the fragment of merit. It was very risky. Because he was a complete layman when it came to Dharma, if he let the world of merit in, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It was a difficult challenge to find the loophole in Yi Hang's realm of merit in a short time. His chance was to obtain the fragment of the great path of merit. That was the true great path of merit. He didn't know anything about merit, but he knew how to compare. If he compared the fake with the real thing, he would naturally know which was better and which was worse. This was a secret battle of time, eyesight, recovery, and luck. If he won and found the weakness of Yi Hang's merit, he wouldn't be controlled by this monk anymore. This monk wouldn't dare to appear in front of him again, let alone hand him his claws. If he lost, there was no need to say anything. He wouldn't even have the chance to be a monk because Yi Hang wouldn't allow him to continue living in this world. This method was very risky because he placed his hopes in a field that he wasn't familiar with. But he had no other choice. Who asked him to be in such a strange environment? A strange environment where no one cared about him. Lu Xiaoyi had always been a decisive person. After thinking through the twists and turns, he didn't hesitate and directly opened a small gap in the sparrow god space, allowing some of the merit that had almost filled the space outside to pour in. Fortunately, he acted early. Although the wings of the big-bellied crow were getting smaller and smaller, they were still strong. When the merit poured in, it didn't break through the dam and maintained a limited gap. But this wouldn't last long. If he couldn't find the loophole in Yi Hang's merit, the gap would become bigger and bigger. In the end, the dam would collapse and he would die. Chapter 998. In his sea of consciousness, in the sparrow god space, the seventh sword spirit began to attack Yi Hang's great path of virtue and the shard of virtue at the same time. He could observe the differences between the two great paths of virtue through their reactions. It had to be said that the Heavy Mountain Temple, as a true Buddhist sect, had the purest Buddhist teaching. Under the sword spirit's attack, the reactions of the two great paths of virtue were almost identical. Even if there was a slight difference, it was just a small difference under the same main theme. It didn't affect the overall situation. The sword spirit's attack became faster and faster. Lu Xiaoyi knew that only by forcing out the deeper aspects of the great path of virtue would he have a chance to find Yi Hang's loophole. Some superficial things didn't mean anything. Once he made up his mind, he couldn't give up halfway. He had to persevere. That was his philosophy. In fact, he didn't have a second choice. If Yi Hang's great path of virtue was perfect to the point that it was exactly the same as the shard of virtue, or if he couldn't force out the difference even after trying his best, then he would die without a doubt. The cave he was in was an extremely secluded place. It was full of twists and turns, and there were countless traps. Perhaps these traps couldn't deal with experienced human explorers, but if they were used to deal with the native demonic beasts of the Sailu desolate world, they would definitely crush them in terms of intelligence. Not to mention large demonic beasts, even an ant wouldn't be able to crawl in. The wild boar used all his strength to build this safe house, but it caused Lu Xiaoyi to fall into a life-and-death struggle. This was also fate. Lu Xiaoyi could feel that his spiritual energy was gradually weakening in the peacock god's space. If it were anyone else, they would have succumbed to Yi Hang's formless charity in a matter of minutes. However, even though Lu Xiaoyi's spiritual energy was unparalleled, it would still be worn out under the pressure of the Tao realm. In the extra-dimensional space, Yi Hang, who was healing himself and dispelling the Tao realm energy of the five elements, smiled. This swordsman's spiritual energy was so strong that it surprised him. After persevering for so long, he even had the intention to give up on his own treatment and increase the distribution of Yi Hang's great path of virtue. However, due to his strong confidence in great path of virtue, he still maintained his original rhythm, because recovering oneself was equally important. Once he regained his strength, he could choose to go to the deserted world of Sailu to deal with the swordsman. With the help of the power of merit, hiding would be meaningless. Therefore, he actually had two choices. Merit defeated him. Karma would hold him back and then destroy him physically. Now, he felt hope. Although he still didn't know what exactly happened to the swordsman, he knew that there was a flaw in the swordsman's final fortress. It was just a matter of time. After all, it was inappropriate for him to personally rush to the deserted world of Sailu. It would be unbecoming of him as an eminent monk. At their level, the fight should be held thousands of miles away, or even in different dimensions. Only then could the power of the Buddha be displayed. They could do it without shedding any blood. Yi Hang let out a sigh of relief. This swordsman was too difficult to deal with. Lu Xiaoyi did not let his guard down. Even though his spiritual energy in the sparrow god space had dropped below the warning level, he did not stop Sword Ant from attacking the two great path of virtue. The swordsman's resistance was not only shown to his enemies, but also to himself. Even if it meant death, he had to fight without hesitation and never back down. The sword spirit's attacks would only become stronger, but he would never give up just because he was close to failure. The swordsman would never give up. Just as Lu Xiaoyi's spiritual power weakened due to the excessive use of the sword spirit's attacks, the old crow's wings flapped weakly, revealing a larger gap to allow more power of merit to pour in. Lu Xiaoyi's desperate sword spirit attack finally took effect. Due to the fact that Nightingale's merit and the fragment's merit came from the same source, their responses to attacks were almost identical most of the time. Under the frenzied attacks of the sword spirit 17 Ant, both of them chose the same response, non-reciprocal giving. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. He finally found the flaw in Yi Hang's plan. Great path of virtue? How could there be a great path of virtue in this world? Either it was wholeheartedly not asking for anything in return, or it was purposely asking for something in return. There was no middle ground at all. Asking for something in return was asking for something in return. You can't say that a meal's worth is less than a city's worth. This was a conceptual problem, and there was no quantitative difference. Therefore, great path of virtue was blasphemy against Buddha's will. It was not a problem of perfection, but a fundamental problem of principle. The rest of the matter was much simpler. Although he knew the fatal flaw of Yi Hang's merit, he did not know how to use this flaw to destroy it. But it did not matter. There was someone here who wanted to destroy the blasphemous merit even more than him, and that was the merit fragment. As the purest power of merit between heaven and earth that had once reached the Tao integration stage, the nomological laws contained within the fragment did not tolerate other great Taos the most. What it could not tolerate the most was the distortion and blasphemy of merit. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi could only watch from the sidelines and see how pure merit dissected Yi Hang's merit. Before the matter was resolved, it was extremely difficult and complicated. But if you looked in the right direction, it was actually the easiest thing to do. Just like Lu Xiaoyi now, he was learning how to dissect merit without blinking. Only those with true merit would understand merit the best. Therefore, the merit law within the fragment was extremely sharp. This had nothing to do with merit. No matter how much merit Yi Hang had produced, it was still a group of concubines, second wives, and dowry. And what they had to face was the first wife. If the great path of merit had not collapsed, this process would have been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Now that the merit had collapsed, it was equivalent to losing the title of first wife. She was still the first wife. But it was more troublesome to deal with these foreign species. This kind of trouble was beneficial to Lu Xiaoyi. Because time slowed down, it was a process, and it was more convenient for him to watch from the sidelines. How should he do it? The fragment did not have the consciousness to keep it a secret, so the first wife's methods were vividly displayed in front of him. Yi Hang's merit power was purified, and the pure Buddhist intent was actively absorbed by the fragment. Most of the pure spiritual power was taken advantage of by Lu Xiaoyi. This was the most refined power in the world. After being tempered by the Great Path, there was not a trace of impurities, and there was no residual power left by anyone. It raised Lu Xiaoyi's already strong spiritual power to another level. He didn't know the specific benefits yet, but there was a simple comparison. Previously, he could split the sword light into 10,000 rays. Now, he should be able to double the number, or even more, if Monk Yi Hang still stupidly continued to transfer merit to this place. After the depression of fighting with the monk, Lu Xiaoyi finally arrived at the harvest season. His greatest gain was not that he would be able to control Yi Hang in the future. As long as he survived, it was only a matter of time before he suppressed the monk. It was also not that his spiritual power had become much stronger in an instant. He could still achieve this through time. His real gain was that under the premise of not believing in Buddhism, he completely understood one of the cornerstones of Buddhism, merit. This was something that was simply unimaginable. If you did not believe in Buddhism, how could you understand Buddhism? But now, he had done it. He understood Buddhism, but he still did not believe in Buddhism, and from this, he could easily extend it to other aspects of Buddhism. This was a decisive watershed in his cultivation. From now on, his vision would be different. Chapter 999. Yi Hang shook his head in confusion. He could feel that something was different, but he couldn't tell what was going on. If he was still a half-deity in his past life, he would have realized what was going on in seconds. However, he couldn't do it now. He had part of the understanding of merit from his past life, but he wasn't well versed in it. This wasn't his problem, but his realm. How could you ask a bodhisattva to master the power of body? He only felt that wherever the sword cultivator went, the demand for the power of merit was becoming greater and greater. The swordsman's final spiritual fortress had been completely broken, and the merit was pouring in. Logically speaking, the battle should have ended quickly, and the swordsman's last consciousness would be stabilized. Why was it like a bottomless pit? That damned swordsman, not only did he not die in peace, he even tried to play tricks on him. He could only continue to transfer the merit. Even if his recovery would be slower, he still hoped that he wouldn't have to make a trip there himself. He would have to solve the problem in a better way. He couldn't be blamed for being slow, because the one who punished him wasn't a human, nor was it a swordsman. Instead, it was the path of merit that originated from the same source as him. Even if he was tricked, he wouldn't feel anything wrong. However, it was really a bottomless pit. 30 was like a wolf, 40 was like a tiger, and the swordsman was like a 50. If you were too slow, he would take the initiative to absorb it. Yihang felt that something was wrong. His opponent's final spiritual fortress had been broken, and he had lost control of his body. How did he end up in such an awkward situation? Of course, he didn't know that Lu Xiaoyi didn't regain control of his body on purpose. There was no need for that. It was a matter of seconds, and he had completely recovered. How could he cheat merit? How could he cheat the spiritual power? Yihang didn't have much of the 5 elemental Daoist energy left in his body. When he finally realized that the other side's demand for merit had affected his recovery, his vigilance returned. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that something was wrong. He was glad that he was in an extra-dimensional space. Otherwise, the swordsman would have followed the traces of merit and found his way here. He was also a resolute person. With a long sigh, he resolutely cut off the connection between merit and the distance. At the last moment, a divine sense was transmitted back along with the merit. Blasphemy merit. What will you use to redeem yourself in this life? Yihang the monk stood in the space. How could he not know the secret weakness of his power of merit? That's right, what could he use to redeem himself? At the very least, as long as this swordsman was around, there would be no place for Yihang to stand. Not long ago, they had fought for more than 10 days without a clear victor, but if they met again, it would only be a matter of a sword. This was because his merits were nothing in front of that swordsman. How could this be? What exactly happened? Yihang fell into endless regret in the alternate dimension. It was over. Lu Xiaoyi spread his sleeves and stood up. He felt that he had never been in such a good mental state before. It was not only because his mental power had doubled. Stepping over the crude restrictions in the wild boar, he exited the cave and was surrounded by mountains. In his eyes, it was a different scene. This was because he used to see the world through the eyes of Tao, but now, he saw the world through the eyes of Buddhism and Taoism. The difference was huge. For Buddhism to be able to compete with Taoism for countless years, it was an undeniable fact that they had their own subtle uses. Just like the world in his eyes now, from the different perspectives of Taoism and Buddhism, there was Taoism's calm and unruly nature, but there was also Buddhism's compassion for the common people and the world of merit. The most important thing for a cultivator to improve was not to be stagnant. There was a reason for existence. When you learn to accept other people's ideas to improve yourself, it would be a qualitative leap. The world of monsters slowly unfolded in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes. At the same time, his yuanying also unfolded. From less than 3 inches, he nimbly jumped up and stood firmly on top of the 3 inches. Exactly, Buddhism is not Tao, and Tao is not Buddhism. With the word sword at the top, what is the difference between you and me? He was in a good mood and wanted to roar, but he was afraid that he would startle the flowers, grass, beasts, and demons. Yes, there was also a swaggering pig in the distance. It turned out that he had fallen into the deserted world of Silu and arrived at the territory of the wild boar. He thought that he was also hidden here. It was very safe, but the method of saving people was too crude. Not to mention elixirs, there was not even a bowl of water. Did it think that he was one of those monsters with a copper head and iron bones? In his perception, the wild boar was flying in a crooked manner. As it flew, it suddenly pounced and drilled into a patch of grass. Then, it stuck out its head and quietly looked behind. As it flew, it drilled into the mud and only revealed its nose to identify the suspicious aura around it. Was it trying to get rid of a possible stalker? Although it was very clumsy, its mood was understandable. It was really a cautious pig. It was enlightened. It was very likely that it was only halfway enlightened. Before the wild boar discovered him, Lu Xiaoyi returned to the cave and sat cross-legged in his original position. He was very curious. What was hidden in the wild boar's strange movements? It was not that he was suspicious of the pig. He had saved the wild boar before, and the wild boar had now repaid his karma. However, he felt that this guy was very strange. Its behavior was not like that of a pig. The wild boar was cautious all the way. It sneaked into the cave and looked at its senior, who was sitting cross-legged. Sure enough, he was not dead. It sat down in front of Lu Xiaoyi, took out the thigh of an unknown animal, and began to gnaw on it. As it gnawed, it talked endlessly. Senior, when are you going to wake up? Will you become a perfected cultivator when you wake up? You can't just run away after waking up. This time, no matter what, you have to bring me, this old pig, to the colorful world to enjoy. I have already given the cave residents to others. The secretaries also have their own arrangement. The family property has also been distributed. Now, I am all alone. I can only wait anxiously. Senior, you won't be sitting here for hundreds or thousands of years, right? If that's really the case, please tell me in advance. I will bring the secretaries back first. The wild boar talked endlessly. When it finished gnawing on the thigh and finished talking, it got up and patted its butt. I will come back in a few days. There are still some loose ends that have not been cleaned up. Senior, take your time to cultivate. It's best if you directly cultivate to become an immortal. Then, everyone will be at ease. The wild boar shook its head and left the cave. Along the way, it did not forget to repair various restrictions. Then, it left on the black cloud. The only thing that did not change was that it was still sneaky. It circled around countless times and came back to attack. It was being careful. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Originally, it was not a big deal. However, when others saw its behavior, they would think that something was wrong. The wild boar was very simple. It called him senior because it wanted to be close to him. He did not dislike it. So be it. But why did it want to go with him? He had never promised it, right? Of course, if it wanted to go, he would not stop it. Wasn't it just bringing it to Juzian, where spiritual vigor was more abundant? It was not a big deal. With this kind of friendship, everything else was a small matter. Humans had the desire to improve, and so did demonic beasts. There was no harm in going out to broaden their horizons. Chapter 1000. The wild boar sneaked all the way back to Pighead Mountain. After a few days, the excitement had long passed. Even the newly recruited secretary had been arranged. The cave on the mountain seemed a little empty. There was only one person accompanying it, great deity Nyo Li. To be honest, Old Cow was a little dissatisfied. He was the one who had saved that person. What was going on now? Was second brother going to guard against him as well? However, it and second brother had known each other for many years. They knew each other very well. It also knew that second brother did not have any ill intentions and did not want to monopolize the food. It was just afraid that its big mouth could not control itself. Everyone else had left, but it was the only one that refused to leave. The wild boar had made things clear. Third brother, don't blame me. I did not leave you here entirely out of ill intentions. First, it is to control your mouth. Don't spout nonsense when you drink. Second, when senior brother wakes up, there will definitely be great benefits. You won't have worked hard for nothing. What's the point of returning to Oxhead Mountain? There are no servants or secretaries. You are a pauper. No one will pick up that lousy white mountain even if you throw it out. I heard that your place is still suffering from drought in recent years. Even the river is dry. Why go back? Why don't you accompany second brother to have fun here? When senior brother wakes up, I want to go to the universe with him to see the world. If we really leave, who knows how long it will take for us to come back? Let's have a good gathering. Who knows, it might be the last days of our lives. His words made great immortal Nyo's heroic spirit short of breath. His heart was filled with resentment, and he could only accompany the wild boar to fool around here. Wild boar had returned this time. Senior brother had already slept in the cave for a year. It seemed that he would need many years to wake up. Wild boar knew what was good for him and did not dare to visit too often. He only visited once every month. He did not know how long these days would last. He could not help but feel a little regretful that his secretary had been too rash. As a result, there was no place for him to play now. Two energetic big demons gathered together. It was a little boring. They were already tired of fighting each other. It was better to find some fun. On the third day of their return, a demon wind blew. A horse head stretched out from the black clouds and shouted at the two demons. Second brother, third brother, quickly follow big brother on a trip. Trouble has arisen in Dayuan again. Desert 3 climbers have come to Dayuan to snatch territory again. The two of them hurriedly approached and asked for more details. It turned out that the three of them were sworn brothers. The great immortal Ma Li, the great immortal Zhu Li, and the great immortal Niu Li were their titles. Of course, they had given themselves these titles. Among the three's territories, the wild boar's location was slightly further away, while the territories of Ma Li and Niu Li were close to each other. They were both located in a place called Dayuan. Dayuan was also known as the Cow and Horse Plains. This was because the two most famous monsters in this area were Ma Li and Niu Li. Next to the Ox and Horse Plain was a desert. There were also 3 great demons in the desert. They were the Horned Centipede, the 1,000 Feet, and the Evading Army. The Horned Centipede was a type of sand snake, the 1,000 Feet was Ma Lu's many-legged worm, and the Evading Army was what people often called a chameleon. Because they were born crawling on the ground, they were called the Desert 3 climbers by the 3 great immortals to show their disdain and contempt. What these 3 fellows wanted to do the most in their lives was to move from the desert to the Ox and Horse Plains with abundant water and grass. Of course, they had a conflict with the 3 great immortals. From the Jindan to the current Yuanying, they would come once every few decades to decide the ownership of the Ox and Horse Plains through various methods. However, the local demons of the Ox and Horse Plains were all loyal to their old masters. The things from the desert were too terrifying, and their appearances were not to their liking, so they had never succeeded. Among the demons, there were also differences in beauty and ugliness. For example, why was the great immortal Ma Li the boss of the 3 immortals? It was not entirely because of his strength, but more because of his elegant and handsome appearance, which gained the approval of all the demons. The great immortal Niu Li was also not bad. He was courageous and powerful, and had an imposing aura. It was just that the second brother pig was a little weak, but in any case, he was not too ugly. He was always within the demon's aesthetic range. However, the Desert 3 climber's appearance was a little too ugly. Perhaps it was within the acceptable range of the desert animals, but in a normal geographical environment, it was very difficult to accept. Where did this kind of aesthetic concept come from? However, it was probably related to humans. Humans could accept demons like Ma Lu, Niu Pig, but very few could accept chameleon snakes. As time passed, the deserted world of Sailu had formed a rather unique aesthetic concept. In terms of strength, no matter if it was the 3 immortals or the Desert 3 climbers, they were actually on par. No one could have a complete advantage. It all depended on their performance and luck. However, to be in charge of a party, it was not only a competition of combat power. It depended on who could fight and who could get the demon heart more. In this regard, although there were very few humans in the deserted world of Sailu, the mainstream consciousness of the cultivation world of the universe was still reflected here. Humans valued mortals very much, and so did the demons. However, because there was no cultivation system, they valued the feelings of the low-level demons. For example, those chi-refining beasts that had just reached the level of gathering sun essence and moon essence, those foundation-building beasts that had Taoist foundation, and those Jindan beasts that had made some achievements. Without the support of these low-level demons, it was impossible for them to take over an area. This was the reason why even though the Desert 3 climbers were spying on the Nyoma plain, they had never been able to take over it. However, in the recent decades, the situation had changed. The Nyoma plain had been suffering from drought for many years. At first, it was a small drought, but later, it became a major drought. The water and grass used to be abundant, but now it had become dry and cracked. The living environment had been greatly affected. The small demons had also evolved from ordinary beasts. Who would want to live in such a place? Therefore, in recent years, more and more groups of beasts migrated. Everyone left their homes. Without the support of the huge group of ordinary beasts, the big and small demons started to complain. The rule of the Ma Li and Nyo Li started to be challenged. Ordinary beasts could migrate. No matter where they moved, they would just be food for other demons. No demon would not welcome the arrival of food. However, it was difficult for demons to migrate. Because if you moved over, you would actually be fighting for territory. Therefore, you had to fight with your own ability. Not every monster had such an ability. Therefore, under the instigation of some demons, all kinds of rumors were spread. The spearhead was pointed at the Ma Li and Nyo Li, saying that they had provoked the wrath of the heavens. That was why the heavens did not rain. Unless the masters were changed, the Nyo Ma plain would become a desert sooner or later. It went without saying who spread the rumors. After the momentum was built, the issue of appearance was gradually placed under the issue of survival. The big and small demons slowly reached an agreement. Whoever could ask for rain would be the future master of the Nyo Ma plain. This kind of request was very fair. Survival came first. The great immortal Ma Li had come this time to find his two brothers. He wanted to have another fight with the three climbers in the Great Desert. However, this time, it was not about whose fist was harder, whose skin was thicker, who dared to risk their lives. This time, it was about the rain. 10 days later, on the most famous immortal bestowment platform in the Nyo Ma plain, with all the big and small demons in the Nyo Ma plain as witnesses, the three climbers challenged the three immortal. They wanted to see who could ask for rain. Chapter 1001. P.S. Before the Spring Festival, I will update 3 times a day to prepare for the Spring Festival. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to your understanding. Thank you. The wild boar agreed to Boss Ma's request. With his current Yuaning strength, it would only take him a few days to reach Nyo Ma Yuan. If he flew over from the outer realm, it would be even faster. He had just seen his senior brother, and the next time would be a month later. There was still enough time. Besides, he was really bored. Of course, he had to help his brother. The wild boar was very loyal. Because there was still time, the three immortals hurried in the region and discussed countermeasures. The Nyo Li was very distressed. Summoning the wind and rain is not our strength, right? Even if I use all my strength, I can at most make a few drops of rainfall on a palm-sized area. For Nyo Ma Yuan, this is not enough. If we had this ability, we would have done it long ago. We are all our own people, why would we wait until now? The Ma Li gritted his teeth and said, "Third brother, you are right. Not to mention the 3 of us, even if we count all the monsters in Silu, how many of them are good at making rain? But this time, I asked the Jiao Jun for 3 wind and rain talismans. I think we can deal with it. We can't, but the 3 crawlers can. They are not as good as us. If they have that ability, why would they stay in the desert?" The 2 monsters argued, but they thought that this was just the usual provocation of the 3 crawlers. In the end, everyone just urged the rain to come down. Then, what should be done would be done. It would not change the fundamental nature of Nyo Ma Yuan. Cultivators urging rain was a great magical power. It was not like what was written in the novels, where as long as a living creature had the ability to cultivate, they could summon the wind and rain. This was a conceptual misunderstanding. Even if it was a cultivator of the Water Dao realm, he might be able to make rain in a small area, but to make rain in a large area for a long time, that was a completely different matter. A real downpour required the help of nature, sufficient water in the clouds, and the cooperation of various environmental factors. Only then could the power of nature be displayed. It was not a water-based environment formed in the battlefield for the sake of battle and enlightenment. Creating rain out of thin air, on a vast plain with a diameter of 1,000 miles, and with enough time, enough intensity, and enough rainfall. This was something that even ordinary true monarchs would find difficult to achieve. Even if they used the power of the 5 elements, how much magic power would they need to achieve this? Haste rain was not the sweet rain technique, nor was it the rain-dissolving talisman. It was not as simple as one imagined. Relatively speaking, demonic beasts with this kind of ability were few and far between. Land demonic beasts were not able to do it. Only some water demonic beasts in large rivers and lakes could barely do it. They also needed the cooperation of nature. In other words, the natural weather conditions were the main reason. The rain-bearer could control the time, size, length, and intensity of the rain. This was the so-called rain-bearer in the cultivation world. The deserted world of Silu was a boundary dominated by land demonic beasts. There were not many water demonic beasts and their strength was mediocre. In the vicinity of the oxen and horse plain, the only one who had some strength and relied on a large river was the Jiao Jun. The Jiao Jun was the ruler of the only large river in the vicinity of thousands of miles. The rainfall in this area was basically decided by him. He could play a role in where there was more and less rain, where there was flood and where there was drought. Because of the drought in the oxen and horse plain, Ma Li and Niu Li had begged the Jiao Jun countless times. Every time they begged, there would be a little harvest. The Jiao Jun was also in a difficult position. It had tried its best, but in the end, it could not be the enemy of the heavens. The wild boar had also advised the two brothers to give more gifts and move around more often. Don't try to gain something without risking anything. This was its experience of several generations of demonic beasts. Unfortunately, the two brothers did not understand this experience. They always thought that the heavens had its own rules and that demonic power could not be changed, let alone obstructed. It did not matter whether they gave gifts or not. They were also poor and had a bunch of small demonic beasts who needed to eat and drink. Everyone was in the Yuanying realm, why should they give gifts to the wild boar? As time went on, the oxen and horse plain was dragged to the current situation. The wild boar felt that this might be the last time it helped. For the sake of the two brothers, there were some things that it would not feel good if it did not say them out loud. Big brother, third brother, old boar is about to go on a long journey. There are some things that I have to say. Don't blame me. I thought that we could not be careless in the rain challenge of San Pu. Then, he must have come prepared and planned for a long time. If we look at the timeline a little longer, it is not impossible that he started planning decades ago. Moreover, I guess that there is still some unclear relationship between them and the Jiao Jun. Although there is no evidence, I feel that way. If I guess right, San Pu must have something to rely on this time. If he has the support of the Jiao Jun behind him, the rain-melting talismans that Big Brother asked for are just 3 pieces of waste paper. When the time comes, what can they do? These words made Ma Li and Niu Li panic. They knew that their second brother was shrewd in handling matters, so they hurriedly asked for advice. However, the wild boar's intelligence was limited, and its strength was even more limited. It was not easy for it to vaguely guess some clues. As for the solution, it had no direction at all. It was not in the oxen and horse plain, so it did not feel any pain. Moreover, its mind was not on the desolate world of Silu. Since it had become a Yuanying, it only wanted to continue its never-ending search. Its goal was the Sea of Stars, so why would it care about the matters of the domain? The 3 demons discussed and discussed, but could not find a feasible solution. They could only wait until they arrived at the place and see what the situation was like. Treating the head when it hurts, treating the foot when it hurts. This was the usual way of doing things for demons. After 7 or 8 days, the 3 demons arrived at the immortal ascension stage of the oxen and horse plain. They were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. There were a lot of demons, big and small. Basically, all the demons that had not left the oxen and horse plain were gathered here. Not only that, there were also a few big Yuanying demons near the oxen and horse plain. Although their territory was not as dry as the oxen and horse plain, it was more or less affected. Immortal Ascension Stage was the only place in the oxen and horse plain that had a name. It was actually a stone platform that stood in the middle of the plain. It was hundreds of feet high and the top was flat. It was the place where the demons of the oxen and horse plain discussed and gathered to worship. The 3 immortals felt that these big demons did not come with good intentions. The wild boar whispered, "This must be the work of San Pu. He asked these neighbors to come here to prevent us from praying for rain into a chaotic battle, so he asked for some witnesses." The 3 of them discussed along the way and finally decided that the best way was to stir up the situation. They would provoke each other verbally and cause a physical conflict. Then, the matter of praying for rain would naturally be left unsettled. But now, it seemed that someone had already gone ahead of them. As the master of the oxen and horseplane, they did not know that all the big and small demons were gathered together. This in itself meant something. That was the general dissatisfaction caused by the long drought. Now, the dissatisfaction was being used by someone else. Obviously, this person wanted to take this opportunity to kick them off the stage and completely take over the oxen and horseplane. Only at this time did Ma Li and Nyo Li completely believe in the second brother's judgment. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 1002. The top of the Immortal Ascension platform was empty, but the bottom of the Immortal Ascension platform was bustling with people. The closest ones were a dozen yuanying big monsters. In addition to the Initiator 3 crawlers, there were also tiger monsters, wolf monsters, ape monsters, and eagle monsters. These monsters were the real fighting monsters. Their strength was stronger than the three immortals. Their purpose of gathering here was very clear. They wanted to prevent the three immortals from causing trouble. On the outer layer were the golden core demons of ox and horseplane. Going further out in order, there were foundation establishment and chi refinement little demons, numbering in the thousands. They were all gathered here, waiting for the birth of a new master. Since they were monsters, they basically had some spiritual intelligence. They had already seen the decline of the three immortals. Things were obvious. If the three immortals really had the ability to make rain, wouldn't they have done it long ago? They had been unable to do anything until now. If the three crawlers in the desert could change the drought, they wouldn't mind changing their master. Water was more important than anything else for life. As for the cultivation environment in the deserted world of Silu, although there were no humans here, the overall structure was slowly and subtly influenced by the human system after a long time of limited contact. It was not completely brainless fighting between monsters, especially when two groups of monsters had a dispute. Since the three crawlers couldn't drive the three immortals away by force, they could only think of a way through the rules. Praying for rain was a conspiracy they had been plotting for decades. From the beginning of the small drought to the current thousands of miles of barren land, their purpose was to gain prestige through praying for rain and occupy the Nyomar plain openly. In this regard, the three immortals were still too slow. The only one who was a bit cunning didn't pay attention to it at all. When the three immortals arrived, the situation was basically settled. The big monsters present had already reached a consensus. The so-called praying for rain was just a ceremony for the small monsters to see. They were very clear that the three crawlers praying for rain would definitely succeed, but the three immortals would definitely fail, because there was only one big river on the side of the Nyomar plain, the Jiaojun. Who could change Jiaojun's decision? Water was unique to any living being or celestial body. Therefore, among the demon beasts of the West Lu wasteland, the position of aquatic demon beasts was very special. They might not be the strongest, but they could influence the distribution of water resources in a large area. This made their position particularly important. No one was willing to offend them, and in the end, their territory would either be drained or flooded. The three immortals ushered in the big day of praying for rain in isolation and helplessness. They still had some friends, but distant water could not quench present thirst. There was not enough time, and even if they gathered their friends, it would just be another fight, which would not solve the problem. Friends would always leave, so how could the three of them deal with the hostility around them? Most importantly, the decades of drought had caused them to lose the support of their demonic hearts. This was the root of their failure. Demonic beasts didn't have as many rules as humans when it came to praying for rain. They also didn't have three animals as offerings. If they did, they should put three people up there. As the presiding priest, the tiger monster announced the rules of praying for rain. It was very direct and straightforward. Each side will send one person up to pray for rain. The time limit is 45 minutes. If the rain doesn't come, it will be considered a failure. Each side is only allowed to go up there 3 times. There will be no delay. Whoever deliberately makes trouble in the process of praying for rain will automatically admit defeat. This time, praying for rain is the request of many people in the Nyomar Plain. It is a big event related to the lives of demons. Whoever succeeds will be in charge of the Nyomar Plain. If both sides fail, they will choose another superior monster. We can't let the plain dry forever. The three immortals were speechless. The procedures had been arranged, so they couldn't refuse. Their small group of three looked pale and powerless in front of the big groups around the Nyomar Plain. They could only bear it silently and hope that the weather would change in the matter of praying for rain. After all, even demonic beasts of the water nationality couldn't completely control the natural climate change. The day of praying for rain was chosen very well. The sky was covered with lead clouds and a storm was coming. If such a scene was elsewhere, it would be a proper rhythm of rain. However, in the Nyomar Plain, they had seen such scenes too many times in the past decades. No matter how thick the clouds were, they were dense and didn't rain. They had to wait for the clouds to drift to other places before it rained. It was also very strange. Therefore, even if the rhythm of rain was obvious, the monsters didn't dare to expect it to really rain. They pinned their hopes on the ability of their new master. Ma Li looked serious. Second brother, third brother, we have to strive to be the first to go on stage to pray for rain. I see that the rain clouds are accumulating, the wind is blowing, the swallows are flying, the toads are coming out of their holes, the ants are moving, the fish are floating, the earthworms are going on the road, and the chickens are not entering the nest. Maybe they predicted that there would be a heavy rain here, so they deliberately set a trap for us. We should take the initiative to gain the upper hand and use the power of heaven for ourselves. If we are lucky enough to get it, the dust will settle. Before the weather changes, who will doubt our position in the Nyomar Plain? Wild Boar nodded in agreement. This was the right thing to do. Under such weather conditions, only a fool wouldn't know how to make use of it. Boss Ma went up to draw lots and guessed with Jiao Kai under the witness of many yuanying big monsters. He came back dejectedly not long after. Wild Boar comforted him. Big brother, don't be discouraged. They are like snakes and rats in the same nest. They have already colluded with each other. What we can think of, they can also think of. No matter which one of us three brothers goes up, the result will be the same. The weather changes according to people. How can it be controlled casually? Who knows, maybe if we go up early, it will only benefit us brothers. These were purely comforting words. There was no other way. They were meat on the chopping block. Now, the three of them could only hope that the heavens would open their eyes. They couldn't count on anything else. Jiao Kai was immensely proud of itself as it leaped onto the high platform. This was the plan that the three of them had been plotting for decades in the desert. Today was the day to complete it. Standing on the high platform, it revealed its original form. It was a huge sand snake with its head raised to the sky. There were two horns on its head, indicating that the Jiao Kai was closely related to the dragon race by blood. It was not completely unreasonable to say that there was a dragon in the sky and a snake on the ground. The dragon race was recognized in the cultivation world as the ancient beast that was best at summoning the wind and summoning the rain. As a distant relative of the dragon, the Jiao Kai was the first to go up this time because it didn't want to give the three immortals even the slightest chance. Moreover, it had already made proper arrangements to summon the clouds and summon the rain. How could it have the ability of a water demon beast? Other than the dragon horn on its head, it wasn't a real dragon horn but more like a deer's horn. It lived in the desert and didn't know anything about summoning the rain, but it didn't matter. It had friends who knew how to curry favor. That was enough. On the high platform, the snake twisted its body and flicked its tongue. It was just like a human swindler who lured a god into his body. It was just to attract attention and prove that it had used all its strength. This was a necessary action. The great demons of the Yuanying understood this, but the thousands of lesser demons didn't. In the midst of the act, the snake shook its tail and a rain talisman flew into the clouds. This was actually just for show. What kind of talisman could cause rain to fall over 1,000 li? It was just a message. The moment the rain talisman entered the clouds, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The thousands of lesser demons below cheered in unison. It was really going to rain. Chapter 1003. The rain talisman pierced through the clouds and came to the side of a Jiao dragon in the depths of the clouds. The Jiao dragon smiled faintly. It was just a story, how could it be real? Since it was an agreement, of course, it had to act according to the plan. It used its ability to adjust the rain clouds and thunder first to stimulate the water. Once the water was strong enough, it would rain heavily. This time was very fast, less than a quarter of an hour. It was more than enough for the 3/4 time limit of the Jiao Hu below. The clouds had been arranged long ago. With the Jiao dragon's ability, it was impossible to arrange such a large cloud in such a short time. It was only borrowing the power of nature and making use of it slightly. In the past, it would control the clouds to move to other areas and then rain. It had been entrusted by others, so it had to do its job. This time, since it had already been discussed, of course, it would let nature take its course. The people of Oxen and Horse Plains were also suffering. It had been dozens of years. If it did not rain now, it would be too much. It would be detrimental to the development of aquatic creatures like it. This kind of rain was actually very easy. With the power of the heavens, it was just a matter of convenience. As the lightning flashed, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. The place where the light flashed seemed to be different from normal lightning. Before it could react, its entire body suddenly stiffened. It did not urge the lightning, nor did it guide the lightning, nor did the clouds gather. This was because a flying sword had stopped right on top of the Jiao Hu's head. Under the stimulation of the sword's light, it felt as if its entire body was out of control. It did not even dare to turn its head. It could only murmur softly, "Immortal, spare me. Immortal, spare me. I don't know what this little demon did wrong to provoke Immortal to fight on the battlefield. Silu demons do not have enough knowledge. If you have any orders, just say it. I will change." A flying sword could only come from a human cultivator, and it was the fiercest swordsman in the universe's cultivation world. A swordsman who would go on a killing spree at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, unyielding words could not be spoken. It was said that swordsmen were generally amenable to coaxing but not coercion. A voice slowly sounded in its mind. "I just feel that this reign of yours came at a bad time." The Jiao dragon immediately reacted. Did the backer of the 3 immortals come looking for them? How did they manage to find a human cultivator to be their backer in such a timely manner? However, there was no time to think too much about these problems. What was important was the current attitude. "I understand. I won't answer the 3 crawls and raises again talisman. I will only answer the 3 immortals. Are you satisfied with this?" Jiao Kai twisted her slender waist, feeling as if her waist was about to break. However, the movements in the clouds above actually stop. This made it very puzzled. Didn't they already agree? As soon as the rain talisman arrived, it immediately summoned wind and lightning. Clouds and rain. In the beginning, everything was fine. The wind was blowing and the thunder was rumbling. It was just one step away from the rain. But after waiting for a long time, the thunder stopped and the wind stopped blowing. The sky was calm again, but the clouds were getting denser. Jiao Jun wasn't ready yet. Did it release the rain talisman too early? That shouldn't be the case. If you weren't prepared, you could have just said something. It wouldn't have been difficult. He couldn't even jump into the clouds to take a look. This was because they had already agreed to compete on the ground to see who could summon the rain from the heavenly Tao. In fact, they were afraid that the 3 immortals would jump into the clouds and discover that there was a Jiao hiding in the clouds. Wouldn't that expose everything? This agreement was originally meant to restrain the 3 immortals, but now it was the other way around. They sent their divine sense up, but there was no response. They didn't know what had happened above. Some people were sad, and some people were happy. San Crawls was baffled, but the 3 immortals came back from the dead. Just now, the wind rose and the thunder flashed. They all thought that there was no hope for them to return this time. When the time was up, Niu Li yelled from below, "Time's up. If you don't come down, everyone will go their separate ways. You guys set the rules, and now you guys are the ones who broke them. How can you be so unreasonable?" Jiao Kai had no choice but to come down. Although it felt that the rain was about to fall, it should be credited to it. Ma Li took out 3 rain talismans from the Jiao Jun, one for each of the 3 brothers. Brother, I'll go up first. I don't know if I'll succeed, but you guys should be mentally prepared. Before it finished speaking, its body was already leaping up. It was worried that if the rain fell at this time, who would be the one to blame? Once it was on the platform, it was no different from the Jiao Kai. It also revealed its true form. Raising its hooves and neck, it raised its head and let out a long neigh towards the sky. Then, it took out the rain talisman and threw it upwards. The rain talisman flew upwards and disappeared into the cloud. In the clouds, the Jiao didn't dare to move, because the flying sword didn't move at all. It knew that it couldn't withstand the attack from the flying sword, and it didn't dare to compete with the swordsman in terms of ruthlessness. Therefore, when it saw another talisman floating up, it didn't dare to make the decision, even if it was the 3 immortals' talisman. That voice said calmly, "Do you think I'm too domineering? Bullying others with my power? A human coming to Silu to stir up trouble? Sooner or later, you'll gather an army of monsters to get back at me." The Jiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "I don't dare to think about it, I don't dare to do it. Immortal, you must have a reason for coming here. I'm slow and can't understand. Whatever you say, I'll do it." That voice was still calm. It hasn't rained for decades. The impact on this place is huge, and I don't think a mere river demon like you can do it. Tell me, whose power did you borrow? The tip of the sword stabbed forward slightly, and the Jiao felt its mind go numb. This sword was too scary. I'll talk. Although I have the power to control the clouds and rain, I can only go with the flow of nature. I can change the location slightly, a few days earlier, a few days later, and control the size. It's not my power to control the rain for decade. But a few decades ago, a human monk came here and gave me a water bowl, saying that I could control the rhythm of the rain with it. I tried it, and it was true. Then, 3 climbers of the desert wanted to use the drought tactic to drive the 3 immortals away. They promised me some benefits, so I agreed to help. The Jiao trembled as it took out a water bowl. It looked very ordinary, but it was half filled with water. Although the water bowl was small, it seemed to be unfathomable. Its movements were slow, as it was afraid that the swordsman would be suspicious and misunderstand its actions. That voice chuckled, "So it's the Buddhists doing again. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Do you want to know the truth about this water bowl?" The Jiao nodded, but its thoughts were complicated. It understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the cultivation world. It was just that the cost was unknown, but the gain was right in front of its eyes. As time passed, it would slowly forget about it. Now that the swordsman mentioned it, its curiosity was piqued. Even if it was guilty of the 3 climbers' request, it could still return their gift. Comparatively speaking, this mysterious water bowl was more important, because it was related to its root. Chapter 1004. Ma Li had also been tossing and turning on the platform for a good 45 minutes. In the end, his legs were weak and his throat was hoarse. Not to mention rain, he did not even see wind or thunder. He was even worse than the Jiao Sai. Wild Boar came down angrily and comforted him. "Since you didn't get rain, you still have a chance. Why are you so unhappy? In my opinion, no one here can control this rain. It's good news for us that no one can control it." This was the truth. For the 3 immortals, this was already the best result. The 3 crawlers finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were also very nervous when they could not contact the Jiao Dragon. They did not know what happened up there. Only a group of big demons who were watching the show were pointing and whispering. The wolf demon asked in a low voice, "Big brother Tiger, I wonder what this old flood dragon is doing up there. Did he lose his strength after playing with the clam girl for too long yesterday? Should we find a chance to go up there and take a look?" Lord Who sneered, "What's there to look at? It's none of our business. The 3 immortals are stingy, the 3 crawlers are ugly and cunning, and the Jiao is always on the fence. They are not good people. Let's just watch the show. It's best if we can't get rain, then this place will belong to us. We have many demons, so we can try one by one. Maybe we can get lucky. I think the clouds are so thick that it won't disperse until the real rain comes. The next one to go up was Ma Lu. He was originally full of confidence, but now he was hesitant. What happened up there? He was very clear that the rain talisman was just for show. It had no real function and was only a reminder. The final result depended on the Jiao dragon who was operating it. It leaped onto the stage and revealed its true form. The thousand-legged worm stood upright, twisting and shaking to its heart's content. It was very ugly. If it were not for the fact that they were praying for rain, this unique ugliness would have attracted a group of demons to beat it up. It was a disgrace to the demon race. The Jiao stared at the water bowl in front of him. Under the influence of the swordsman, the true face of the holy mountain was gradually revealed. Even though he did not know much about karma, as a veteran Yuanying beast, he had heard of it before. At this level, different paths lead to the same goal. He already possessed the basic ability to discern. Although it didn't know how a swordsman was able to decipher Buddhist techniques, it knew that it was true. What was displayed in the water basin could not be faked, because it contained the details of the decades since it took over this Buddhist instrument. That voice was like a narration. Nothing is without cause and effect. There was nothing that did not produce merit. Just like what you've been doing in the Oxen Plains for the past few decades. When you lay down the first drop of sweet rain after a long drought, all the merit and virtue will belong to Buddha. And in these decades, due to the drought, the displacement of people, the migration of people, the death of thirst, and the frenzied attacks will all be recorded on your head. This is also a kind of merit. You are a great member of the water clan. You would rather sacrifice yourself for the sake of the Buddha. Is this what you want? The Jiao trembled in anger. Over the past few decades, it valued the extraordinary power that the water bowl brought to it more and more. This made it more and more famous on this land. It was called the Rainbringer, the Rain Dragon, and so on. It did not expect to pay such a high price. This was because of its ignorance, and also because of its own greed. This was the result of trying to break free from the control of nature. It might have indeed broken free, but it fell into another trap, a trap set by humans. Nature would not harm it, but humans would. The Jiao's anger gave it courage again. It was no longer afraid of the flying sword in front of it. So what if it took its life? Its future as a cultivator had come to an end because it had been targeting the Oxen Plains for decades. It thought that the Buddhists would bear all the responsibility. It pushed the flying sword away with its front paws and suddenly turned around. Not far behind it, a Daoist was looking at it calmly. The Jiao was full of anger. Don't think that I will thank you for pointing this out to me. Don't think that I don't know that you have your own motives. If it were not for the conflict between Taoists and Buddhists, how could a remote place like Sailu be involved in this mess? If you had not reminded me, I could have lived happily for at least a few hundred years. But now, you are making me live in regret. I will not make the rain fall on either side. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It seemed that his wish to play the role of a savior would not come true. He had always wondered why it was so difficult for him to be a good person. Why was it so easy to be a bad person? Demons had a very strange way of thinking. They were either stupid enough to be fooled by the Buddhists, or they could see the essence of things clearly when they came to their senses. Since you started your cultivation, you should have known that no one can get rid of these entanglement. There is no such thing as a cultivation world without ugliness. Don't pretend to be so innocent. It's like Sailu is a cultivation paradise. Humans have their ugliness, demons have their ugliness. The only difference is that one is good at disguise, and the other is evil. The flying sword was pointed at the Jiao's forehead again. Even the dragon's claws could not pry it open. Instead, it was cut open, revealing the swordsman's strong and cruel heart. For a moment, the Jiao dragon was not afraid of death. But when it was faced with death, it was not as fearless as it thought it would be. Lu Xiaoyi asked, "Do you know the true meaning of Buddhism?" The Jiao shook its head subconsciously. Lu Xiaoyi explained, "The true meaning of Buddhism is to let go of the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Your problem now is, how do you let go of the butcher's knife? So, Don't throw away the water bowl. It can be used to hold water, to cook, and to wake up at night. The Jiao dragon understood. In its current situation, what other choice did it have? Follow Buddhism? Impossible. Follow Taoism? That would be a lie. It could only go with the flow. Thinking wholeheartedly for the sake of the Sailu race was the only solution. Only then would it be able to get out of this predicament. What do you want? Lu Xiaoyi snorted. What do I want? What do you think an existence like you can provide me? I don't like the length of your shoelaces. I don't like the smell of your apron. I just want to help a few friends. I'm afraid that I'll be tainted by Buddhism if I interfere. So, I hope you can take the initiative and not cause me trouble. The Jiao's veins were bulging. What if I don't agree? I'll kill you and feed you to the pigs, Lu Xiaoyi said casually, but his expression was cold. The Jiao sighed. It was more used to this kind of direct method. This was also the standard way of dealing with demons. Throw away all the tricks and talk with your fist. Okay, I promise you. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Can't you just talk nicely? Why do you have to threaten me? What a bastard. Chapter 1005. Wild Boar was the last one to go up the high platform. He was a little reluctant. The big monsters below all knew that something must have happened in the clouds, but they didn't know what it was. As for the original plan, they could only postpone it. Going up now was just a formality. They couldn't ask for anything. Even though it knew that it was just a formality, it had to go up. Among the 6 monsters, it was the last one. Ma Li and Niu Li, the 2 main characters, were useless. As a helper, it had to go down and complete the procedure to put an end to this dispute, and then wait for the next collision. However, it couldn't be so passive anymore. It was about to leave, so it had to teach the 2 brothers how to build relationships. San Bei was its archenemy, so it didn't have to care about him. However, it had to rope in Jiao Jun, Lord Hu, and the others. If the next conflict was like this time, where the onlookers stood on San Bei's side, then there was really no need to fight. The right time, the right place, and the right people were especially important. This was a story for later. Now, it had to go through the formality first. Wild Boar stood on the high platform. It didn't show its original form, nor did it shake its head and waggle its tail. It didn't put on airs, but directly threw the rain talisman up and scolded. It doesn't go down, and it doesn't go away. I don't know why these rain clouds are gathered here. I don't even have the mood to drink and eat meat anymore. Under the indifferent gaze of everyone, it was eager to wait for the last 3 minutes to pass so that everyone could go up to the clouds and see what Jiao Jun was doing. Why did it run away when everyone was gathered here? Amidst this indifference, the moment the rain talisman entered the clouds, lightning flashed and illuminated the earth. A heaven-shaking clap of thunder rang out, even louder than Jiao Hu's attack at the very beginning. Amidst the astonishment of the demons, a strong gust of wind blew. Mixed with the wind were huge raindrops. It hurt when they hit their bodies, but no monster dodged. There was another muffled thunder. It was as if someone in the sky had destroyed the dam of the Milky Way. Torrential rain poured down, covering the entire oxen and horses plain in the rain. Because the rain was too heavy, people's line of sight was blurred from a few zhong away. All they could see was water droplets connected to one another. When the water droplets hit the ground, endless water mist rose up. The entire ox and horse plain seemed to be covered in clouds and mist. It's raining. It's raining. Second brother is mighty. Live as long as the heavens. In their ecstasy, the thousands of small demons spoke without thinking. All kinds of flattery, and bootlicking flooded over like the rain right now. Everyone could clearly see that none of the 5 demons had the ability to control the rain. Only this pig demon went up on stage and opened his mouth to curse, and it immediately worked. Could it be that God was such a wretched wretch? Talking nicely and pleading softly would not work, but had to resort to using foul language? Or perhaps, he could no longer revert to his original form and had to revert to his human form. It seemed that God's incarnation was only capable of reverting to human form and was not used to other forms. The wild boar stood on the high platform. He was also a little confused by the heavy rain. He did not know what was going on. The two brothers beside him had already jumped onto the high platform. They were cheering excitedly and could not help themselves. It was no wonder that they lost their composure. The drought in the ox and horse plain for decades was solved today. The competition with the three climbers had also come to an end. At the very least, they would not have to compete to pray for rain in the future. As for fighting, they did not care. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. There was no sign of it stopping. The clouds rolled and rolled, gathering thicker and thicker. This indicated that this was going to be a long and drawn-out rainy season. It would bring new life to the ox and horse plain. There was also disharmony. The Jiaoju jumped into the air and shouted angrily, "It doesn't count. It doesn't count. This is all due to us praying for rain. The god of thunder, the goddess of lightning, and the god of rain obviously received our rain talismans. They came late because of something urgent. In the end, it was taken advantage of by unrelated people. If you don't believe it, the cloud-traveling dragon god is up there. Let's find him to be a witness." Before he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds. It hit the crazed Jiaoju, who was dancing with joy. "The heavenly Tao is unfair." The Jiaoju shouted and fell from the sky. His body was charred black, accompanied by a terrifying black hole phenomenon. The sudden change made the other great demons not dare to move. The lightning in the rain was not a big deal to demon cultivators at their level. They did not dodge. It was just a piece of their skin that was blackened by the lightning. How could it be killed in one strike? There must be something strange above the clouds. It was probably not something that Jiao Jun could control. In the cultivation world, humans had the least respect for the heavenly Tao. This was because they knew that the so-called heavenly Tao was actually the human Tao. The higher one's level, the more they could see. Relatively speaking, the demon beast domain like Sailu was more respectful of the heavenly Tao. This was because their abilities came from their instincts. This was because they did not have much contact with the outside world. This was because they did not have a strong background. Therefore, when the strange phenomenon appeared, they subconsciously associated it with the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Was it because the demon cultivators in the ox and horse plain had changed their living environment in order to achieve a certain goal in the past few decades and angered the heavenly Tao? One of the main culprits, the Jiaoju, was struck to death by lightning. Then what about them, the accomplices? What kind of punishment would they receive? Lord Hu rolled his eyes and had an idea. He congratulated the three immortals on the high platform. Congratulations to the three immortals for successfully praying for rain. Our neighbors can also get some benefits. In the ox and horse plain, after a long drought, the three of you are willing to be neighbors. The heavenly Tao has opened the cloth and bestowed kindness to us. We should express our gratitude and complete the etiquette. Since the three of you are the hosts, please accept the heavenly Tao. From now on, in this area, we will always be on the same side and not invade each other. As soon as Lord Hu said this, all the great demons echoed. The three immortals on the stage listened to Lord Hu's nonsense. How could they not understand what he meant? In fact, it meant that the success of praying for rain this time could not be determined who the credit was. It was definitely not the three immortals, because one of them had been struck to death. It might not be the three immortals, because it might be purely the heavenly Tao's rain, which was purely accidental. If the three immortals dared to go above the clouds in such a situation and face the heavenly Tao's scrutiny head-on, then it could be considered a complete victory. If they did it, the forces of the dozens of great demons around the ox and horse plain would no longer be unfavorable to the ox and horse plain, and everyone would be good neighbors. Lord Hu was qualified to say this, because their group was the most powerful force group on the continent. Not only the dozens of great demons, there were many more who had not come. The three immortals on the stage looked at each other. How could they not know the danger above the clouds? The Jiaoju just now was the best example. The three immortals could not figure out how the rain was prayed for. There could be many reasons, but the only thing they were sure of was that it had nothing to do with the spiritual stones. This was very embarrassing. In the end, the wild boar gritted his teeth, since it has come to this, we can't shrink back. If we don't go above the clouds at the end, the matter will never be completely solved, and there will be other 3 immortals coming to make trouble. Endless and endless. I don't have much time here, so I'll do my best for the 2 brothers and go up to see the world. Ma Li and Nyo Li supported him on each side. Let's go together. If the heavenly Tao really comes down, what's the point of leaving one alive? The 3 immortals live and die together. It's not for others to hear. Chapter 1006. A horse, a pig and a cow held hands. Millimeter, it should be called hooves as they flew up into the clouds. The great yarrow cultivators below were all in awe. Even for yarrow beasts with their true natures, it was not easy for them to truly live and die together. Lightning did not descend, but they could not be sure yet. They had to wait and see. The 3 immortals flew up from the thick clouds. They flew higher and higher, deeper and deeper. Then, they saw the busy Jiao Jun. At the same time, they also saw the Daoist standing not far behind the Jiao Jun. He was wearing a slightly old Daoist robe, standing quietly. The wild boar howled and rushed over, hugging his thigh and rubbing it with tears and snot. Senior brother, you've finally woken up. You've made this old pig so miserable. Ma Li still didn't quite understand, so Nyo Li gave a brief explanation. The 2 of them still didn't quite understand the true origin of this Daoist, but they knew that this Daoist must have a great background and great ability. Just by looking at the prideful and arrogant old flood dragon working with all his might, not even daring to let out a fart, one would know the depth of the situation. Not to mention the dead Jiao who, that was not something old flood dragon could do. Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. Since when did he have such a close relationship with the wild boar? But it was a demonic beast. Perhaps the way it expressed its feelings was a little more straightforward, but it was understandable. Moreover, from the first time he saw the wild boar, he did not hate it. Now that they had such a relationship, it could be considered one of them. Yes, he was a pig. These 2 are. Lu Xiaoyi continued to act like an expert. Mountain Pig then introduced them one by one. Everyone was on the same side. Ma Li and Nyo Li deliberately curried favor with each other. Lu Xiaoyi also spoke humorously. In addition, there was old Flood Dragon who had turned over a new leaf. They did not mention anything about the future, but they had already decided the future direction of Nyo Ma Yuan. After this incident, Ma Li and Nyo Li also understood something, and their attitude towards the Jiao changed. Lu Xiaoyi handed a storage ring to the wild boar. There are 3,000 spiritual opportunities here. Help me pass them to Nyo Li. It's fate. I'll be leaving soon. If you want to follow me to the upper realm, you have to hurry. The wild boar's hands trembled. 3,000 jade purity? That was a wealth that it did not even dare to think about. It had been 100 years since it became a nascent soul, but the amount of jade purity it had collected in the void of the universe was less than 100. But these things were nothing to senior brother, right? With senior brother's ability, he could go anywhere in the universe. He was not like it, who only dared to wander in the nearby space, afraid that it would become a corpse if it went too far. Okay. Nyo Li will have more, Ma Li will have less. Everyone has to share in the joy. As for me, I've already prepared and can set off at any time. Lu Xiaoyi smiled faintly. You don't want to share? The wild boar took it for granted and boasted shamelessly. If I follow senior brother, I won't lack these things. Lu Xiaoyi could not help but laugh. Okay, I'll send you down. With a wave of his hand, the Jiao's water bowl came to his hand. He shone it downwards, and suddenly, a big hole broke open in the dense clouds. In the big hole, tens of thousands of golden lights were shining. It was bright but not dazzling, powerful but not overbearing. That was the manifestation of countless light of merit in the mortal world. It was as if the heavenly Tao had opened its eyes and the real immortals had descended to the mortal world. In the tens of thousands of golden lights, the 3 immortals slowly descended. They were all smiling so widely that their faces could not be seen. Because they wanted to show their divinity among the monsters, They all showed their original appearances. They were a 5-colored horse, a big black pig, and an old yellow ox. Every single one of them was in high spirits and had an imposing appearance. Their entire body was filled with an imposing aura, and even their crotches were sticking up high. Lord Who squinted his eyes and waved his hand. Ma Lu and the chameleon were pushed aside and pressed to the ground. The wolf and bear lords looked ferocious and raised their hands to strike. In front of the two celestial phenomena, Lord Who stepped out from the crowd and laughed heartily. "You three are so capable. May we be neighbors forever." 10 days later, the two figures left the desolate planet of Silu and disappeared into the vast universe. "Senior brother, where are we going?" The wild boar was panting from flying, but it could not hide its excitement. Lu Xiaoyi looked at it. In fact, he still did not understand why this guy wanted to come out with him no matter what. For a monster like the wild boar, it was not a good idea to leave their hometown. Although Juzian's spiritual vigor was far superior to that of Silu, the spiritual vigor in the boundary region did not matter much when one reached the realm of Yuanying. The cultivation of Yuanying came from the purple pure spiritual vigor in the universe. For the wild boar, the world of human cultivators was very dangerous for it. It was impossible for him to keep it by his side forever. However, he could not say this. He could only wait for it to realize it. "Of course it's the upper realm of Juzian. You should know." The wild boar nodded. "It's the first realm in the universe. How could I not know? In the future, when I tell others about my origin, I can also say that I'm from the first realm in the universe." Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Saying it out loud is not necessarily a good thing. There are many people in the cultivation world who hate the rich and the strong. "Old boar, you said that you're already in the realm of Yuanying. Why don't you have a name? When you reach Juzian, you can't always call yourself wild boar or wild boar, right? That's not dignified." The wild boar laughed. "I already have a name, but I'm not used to it, so I rarely use it. Millimeter, I'll be called Ba Jie." Lu Xiaoyi was shocked. This name, could it be that this wild boar was also a transmigrator? It shouldn't be. The wild boar saw that its senior brother was shocked and felt proud. It had been in the interior realm for a long time and knew all the taboos about reincarnation in the cultivation world. There were many things that could not be said. They could only be understood and recalled by oneself. Therefore, it could not tell its senior brother about its past life, not even a word. But some things were related. For example, its senior brother was the one who gave it its name. Now that it said it out loud, there was a connection, so its senior brother was very surprised. Of course, he would be surprised. Although the name Ba Jie was very ordinary, it was what its senior brother wanted. He must be wondering why its name suited him so well, right? Ba Jie? Millimeter, good name, very good. Lu Xiaoyi did not think of the twists and turns in the story. Was it a coincidence? Of course, it was good. You named it yourself. The wild boar was proud because it knew some secrets that its senior brother did not know. And these secrets had to be kept secret for a long time, so long that it could not say it in its lifetime. Ba Jie, your speed is not good. In the future, when you're in the universe, you'll be at a disadvantage if you can't catch up or run away. Haven't you learned any escape techniques? Or teleportation? The wild boar was embarrassed. Our Silu desolate world does not have any inheritance. We basically practice blindly and rely on our instincts. Lu Xiaoyi asked, then Ba Jie, what's your divine ability? How come I've never seen you use it before? The wild boar was a little embarrassed. Senior brother, you've seen it before. This old pig can eat. Lu Xiaoyi could not continue asking. This guy's situation was really not suitable for living in the universe. It was a typical Yuanying fish belly. However, in the cultivation world, there were many demons like the wild boar that did not have any special characteristics. Just like there were many human cultivators who were not suitable for living in the void. Those he came into contact with were basically the elites of the elites. Jindan was like that, and so was Yuanying. Therefore, he had never experienced this aspect. But the so-called elites were the minority. The rest of their strength was average. They were the mainstream of the cultivation world. Chapter 1007. The wild boar flew too slowly, and Lu Xiaoyi didn't want the wild boar to pull a broken cart in the universe, so he simply carried the wild boar and flew, which was also a sight to behold. During the flight, Lu Xiaoyi also gave the wild boar a lot of pointers, mainly on the changes of astronomical phenomena, such as how to use special astronomical phenomena to escape, attack, find spiritual opportunity, and so on. These things were the most precious experiences of a cultivator. If they were sorted out, the value would not be lower than a top-level cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques could be practiced diligently behind closed doors, but the experience of traveling the universe could only be explored by the cultivator themselves. If one's strength was not enough, many people would lose their lives while exploring. Lu Xiaoyi also felt very strange. He had never even taught a human before, but now he easily taught it to a pig. The key point was that the pig still thought that all of this was natural. Senior brother's experience was its, what was there to be surprised about? After flying for a few months, Lu Xiaoyi noticed that the wild boar kept looking in one direction, so he asked, "Idiot, why are you always looking around instead of studying? There are no rabbits in that place, what's there to look at?" The wild boar didn't mind. It was normal to be scolded by senior brother, but it would be abnormal if he didn't get scolded. It was like this in his previous life, and it was the same in this life. "Senior brother, you don't know that direction, but there's something that both you and I are familiar with." Lu Xiaoyi immediately guessed what it was talking about. The two of them didn't interact much, so where else could it be? Taipu realm? Jie, you can actually sense the existence of Taipu realm? The wild boar's big pig face was calm. "I don't know why, but I'm very sensitive to things like this. The last time I went to Taipu realm, it was also because my senses were sharp. Otherwise, with so many Jindan demon beasts in Sailu, how could it be my turn?" It's Taiposhi. It's floating there. Lu Xiaoyi didn't ask about the origin of its ability. There were many things in the cultivation world that couldn't be explained clearly. At that time, he had an idea: since we've encountered it, we can't feign ignorance. Let's go take a look and pay them a visit. Wild boar was puzzled. "Senior brother, carnate numinous treasures like this usually don't interact with humans, except for the occasional special period. They have very strange temperaments. If we leave without saying a word, won't the door be closed?" Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. "If you don't welcome us, then let's go. How would you know if you don't try? We took the great simplicity ancient spirit from it, so it can be considered a favor. Since we bumped into it, it's normal to go over and express our gratitude, right?" Changing directions, Lu Xiaoyi followed the wild boar's guidance. After flying for more than 10 days, he finally saw Taiposhi again. Because Taiposhi was in a drifting state, this made it possible for them to intercept it. Wild boar was a little uneasy, but Lu Xiaoyi was the opposite. Taiposhi was willing to let them catch up, which in itself meant something. The last time they saw Taiposhi, they were actually in a state of complete ignorance. At that time, they were still Jindan and were directly picked up by Taiposhi's Qingguang. Qingguang sent them away, but they didn't see the real face of Taiposhi. This time was different. This time, they saw it face to face in the void of the universe. Unexpectedly, this was just an ordinary meteorite with a diameter of a few hundred feet. It was the same as the trillions of ordinary meteorites in the universe. It didn't have any sense of existence. If it was only Lu Xiaoyi, he wouldn't even notice such a stone. From this, it could be seen that the wild boar's ability wasn't that insignificant. Now that they were close, Lu Xiaoyi also realized that this meteorite was different. His body, which had been modified by the small world, had some kind of resonance with this stone. This was something that others couldn't understand. Carrying wild boar, he was about to charge up when the wild boar shouted anxiously, senior brother, this is not a place to barge in. You should at least say hello and ask if master is willing to receive you, right?" Lu Xiaoyi was stubborn. There was no need for that. He seemed to have some kind of connection with Taiposhi and knew its intentions. Taiposhi wouldn't invite him because it couldn't open its mouth. But this didn't mean that he couldn't take the initiative to barge in. This was the so-called mystery of the cultivation world, the so-called tacit understanding. When the two collided with the meteorite, it was as if they had entered another world. There was no dam like before, nor was there a small chaotic universe. It was just a misty void, as if it was still before the chaos. To be precise, this was a world of the carnate 5 Taishang. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shu, Tai Su, and Tai Chi were the carnate 5 Taishang. They were the 5 spacetime stages of Wuji before the birth of heaven and earth. Chaos referred to the misty state of qi, form, and substance before the formation of the universe. It was the 4th Taishang of the carnate 5 Taishang, after Tai Su. Those who have form are born in formlessness, and heaven and earth live peacefully. It was said that there was Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shu, and Tai Su. Tai Yi didn't see qi, Tai Chu, the beginning of qi, Tai Shu, the beginning of form, Tai Su, the beginning of substance. Qi, form, substance, but not separated, it was said to fall into chaos. Fall into chaos, it was said that all things fall into chaos, but not separated. Turn a blind eye to it, turn a deaf ear to it, and don't follow it. Clear and light was the sky above, turbid was the earth below, and harmonious qi was man. Heaven and earth contained essence, and all things were born. The last time Lu Xiaoyi came to Jindan, he saw the changes in chaos between Tai Su and Tai Kai. It was also a change that Jindan could barely understand. This time, he entered Taiposhi and saw the beginning of the universe even further back. He didn't know if this was Taiposhi's intention or if it was just a coincidence. This wasn't important. What was important was that since he was here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Lu Xiaoyi coiled in the void. The wild boar was very bored. There was nothing in this place. In the extreme emptiness, it had its own way to deal with the emptiness, sleep. Time passed slowly in Lu Xiaoyi's meditation, the wild boar's deep sleep, and Tai Pu Lord's silence. Until one day, Lu Xiaoyi opened his eyes and sighed softly. It was a little early for Jin Dan to enter the realm of Tai Pu to observe chaos. Now that he was yuanying to observe the 5 Taishang, it was still a little early. It was a little specious. Who knew if this was Tai Pu Lord's intention? Looking at what he could completely understand, he could decide the method. Looking at what was still far away, he could decide the direction. There was no thanks, no greetings, just like when he came in, he didn't receive an invitation. This was a kind of tacit understanding, a tacit understanding to avoid certain gazes. As for between them, if Tai Pu Lord thought it was worth it, then it was worth it. Lu Xiaoyi believed that gratitude would be repaid in the future. This was a tacit understanding without any restrictions. If one side failed to keep the promise, it could only mean that the other side had chosen the wrong person. He slapped his pig mouth and shouted, "Idiot! Wake up! Your secretaries have all run away with others." The wild boar flipped over and sat up. Run away? Run where? Seeing Lu Xiaoyi and the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but act pitiful. "Senior brother, you can't sit still. Old pig can't do it. I'm hungry." Chapter 1008. A man and a pig left Taiposhi and continued on their way. Lu Xiaoyi stayed in the Taipu realm for 30 years, and the wild boar slept for 30 years as well. It was hard to say who was more helpful to this experience. Did you think that the monsters were sleeping? Actually, they were just using a more instinctive method to accept these things. He focused on rationality, and monsters focused on instinct. Who could say which was better? The most suitable was the best. Otherwise, if Lu Xiaoyi slept, and the wild boar thought, they would achieve nothing. On the way back, there were no major issues, but there were endless small troubles. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not care about them. Although he had only been a nascent soul for 100 years, his strength was terrifying, and was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Everything he had done, the further he went in the cultivation process, the more he gradually showed extraordinary result. Flying in the universe, he had to consume spiritual opportunity every day. He was rich, and did not care about having another mouth. However, he still had to teach him the ability to search for spiritual energy. Cultivators could not always rely on others, and this had nothing to do with distance. The more he cared about it, the more he had to cultivate its ability to survive independently. This was the way to go in the long run. Until he passed through the heaven and earth chessboard in the upper realm of Juzian, he, who had always passed through without any problems, was stop. This was a chessboard space without a chessboard. A perfected lord looked at him indifferently. He could not tell which perfected lord he was from, as he looked unfamiliar. Carefree wandering? When this beast enters the upper realm, you need to sign as a guarantee. Lu Xiaoyi signed honestly. This was a necessary procedure for creatures from other realms to enter Juzian. It was purely a matter of taking off one's pants to let out air. Like the pig demon, no one would check if it was placed in a spirit beast pouch, but people would question it if it followed them. Actually, the core meaning was that if it could be placed in a spirit beast pouch, it must be a spiritual pet of a human cultivator. Cultivators could seize its life and death. If it followed them, it would be a friend. It had the freedom to do what it wanted, so it could not be completely controlled. First, he would return to the carefree continent. He had been away for decades, so he still had to go back and say hello. At the same time, he also wanted to find out if there was any reaction to the changes in the Cave of the Ultimate Ruins in Juzian. The situation was not bad. The people of Juzian, who claimed to be the best in the world, did not pay much attention to what was happening in the distant universes. They only cared about who had obtained the fragments of the Great Void. However, this time, the carefree Yuanying, which had always been weak among the 7 great Taoist sects of Juzian, had suddenly emerged. In recent years, they had obtained 2 fragments. One was bought by Ka Wa in the Ultimate, and the other was bought by the carefree Yuanying, who had great luck. 2 strands was already quite a lot. Among the 7 great Tao sects, only 2 had obtained the most fragments of the great Tao. They were the Carefree Travel sect and the Primeval Beginning sect. There was still a fragment that had not been obtained, such as the Innumerable Creation sect and the Huangting Taoism. Congratulations to senior sister for achieving the great Tao. Becoming an immortal is just around the corner. When you take that step one day, don't forget your old friends. As soon as he saw Ka Wa, he felt that her temperament was different, so he congratulated her. Ka Wa held the tea in her hand and said with a smile, "You're wrong, aren't you? Where have you been all these years? Mother and I asked people to look for you everywhere, but we couldn't find you. Later, I heard that Monk Yi Hang of the Great Mountain Temple was seriously injured for unknown reasons. You did it, right?" Lu Xiaoyi played it down. There are many cultivators who are injured and die in the universe every day. Senior sister, you can't blame all this on me. I love peace. Ka Wa pursed her lips. Don't pretend to be a little white rabbit with me here. You're just a big bad wolf who eats people without batting an eyelid. I know that no matter where you go, you like to stir up trouble. This habit may not change. So, you have to be more thorough. She took out a specially made storage ring. Lu Xiaoyi could see that it was a raft ring, which was specially made to store small raft. This was something that only those with wealth, strength, and status could get their hands on. It wasn't something that could be made just by having a spiritual tablet. Most of the time, if you didn't have any connections, even a top-notch expert would be too lazy to make it for you. With a shake of the storage ring, a 30 feet long, dark, smooth, and simple speed raft appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyi. At first glance, he liked this design very much. This is, Ka Wa introduced the functions of the raft. The name of the raft is Meteor. It's extremely fast. I know that you mainly use the stellar art, so the way you operate it is also in the direction of the stars. It can be controlled by people, and it can also fly automatically. Mother knew that you were unwilling to take the elixir, so she spent 20 years asking people to make this raft for you. Even I don't have one. This is too embarrassing. Lu Xiaoyi caressed the smooth body of the raft, unable to say anything to refuse. He had originally obtained the fragment for Ka Wa in order to repay her for all the help she had given him. In the end, she had returned it to him. Ka Wa stared at him. Don't you know how to say a few words of refusal? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. I don't dare to refuse a gift from a beauty. My habit is to take the things before the owner feels the heartache. Then we can talk about other things. He really did need a raft. Purely in terms of speed, under the pull of the stars, riding on a raft might not be much faster than riding on a fleshly body. However, the difference was very small, because the raft also had its own propulsion system. However, the raft had many advantages over the fleshly body. For example, it had a stronger defense, which was very useful in complex astronomical phenomena. For example, it could perfectly solve the problem of the contradiction between cultivation and traveling. Or when one was injured, one could run on the raft and heal by the side of the road, which was much better than running with an injured fleshly body. It could also carry people, such as a pig, which would consume much less energy than carrying it while flying. Those who liked to travel in the void of the universe would usually prepare one or even several rafts for themselves, depending on their strength. Under normal circumstances, the speed of the raft would be faster than the cultivator's own speed, unless the cultivator was teleporting continuously. However, teleporting continuously would consume too much of the cultivator's transcendence energy and could not be sustained for long periods of time. For example, Monk Yi Hang was actually using a lotus platform that could allow him to teleport continuously. It could also be seen as a type of raft, just with a different name. However, Lu Xiaoyi was not a normal cultivator. His fleshly body's speed was extremely shocking. Now, the number of stars he could sense had exceeded tens of thousands. No matter which direction he moved in, he could borrow the force of at least tens of thousands of stars. The upper limit of his speed was simply the strength of his body. Therefore, his situation was rather special. Flying on a raft might not be as fast as flying on a fleshly body. However, this was not a reason why the raft was useless. If one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? If one walked at night too often, one would eventually meet a ghost. Just like the battle with Monk Yi Hang, when he was injured, he could hide in an extra-dimensional space, but he could only choose to free fall. It was a coincidence that Niu Li saved him. If he were to do it again in a different environment, he might have been swallowed by the void beast. Many thanks, senior sister. I have nothing to repay you with. How about, I give you my body. Bring your own dowry. Chapter 1009. After staying in Xiaoyaro Mountain for less than a month, he was someone who could not stay idle. He brought the wild boar to Yarrowing. This time, he did not need to walk through the crack. It was faster than flying. Little Lu of Yarrowing was becoming more and more prosperous. Jindan had more than 300 people. Most of the new additions were from Yarrowing, and there were also some who came from outside. There were 21 Yuanying, but most of them were outside the universe. Lu Xiaoyi returned to the mountain quietly. However, all the cultivators of Yarrowing, regardless of their state, knew about his return very quickly. This was because there was a wild boar who could not stay idle. After sleeping for 30 years, it woke up with boundless energy. Moreover, senior apprentice brother was the boss here. There were no restrictions. It was much freer than when it was in Xiaoyaro Mountain. It had a carefree personality. It was quite compatible with the swordsman here. Therefore, no matter whether it was major or minor cultivation, it could play with it. After Lu Xiaoyi returned to the mountain, he dealt with the news from the past 10 years. There was news from Qing Xian, the slug, and Xia Bingji. There were no major issues. Many troubles had passed. When he saw them, they were already over. This proved that in the world of cultivation, no one was indispensable. Without him, the swordsman of Yarrowing could still hold on. Lu Xiaoyi began to perfect himself again. This had not stopped for a single day on his path of cultivation. However, his so-called perfection now was different from before. It was two different concepts. To cultivate to Yuanying, the state of Tao was the most important. Especially now that the great Tao was collapsing, it was even more important. This meant that every cultivator had the opportunity to converge with Tao. The pursuit of the state of Tao was not only about following the fixed framework, but more importantly, it was about having one's own things. After all, every great Tao would collapse. It would be foolish to follow the same old rules. There were no fools in the cultivation world. Everyone was thinking about the most suitable and innovative things for the future. To Lu Xiaoyi, having reached the Yuanying realm, there was no need for him to deliberately pursue martial arts. Different paths lead to the same destination. The so-called top-notch martial arts would converge the higher the level. He already had a few top-notch martial arts that belonged to Shen Yuan, which were most suitable for a swordsman. Therefore, there was no need for him to try too much. The Big Dipper star scripture, the 5 elements shift, the strategy of heavenly heart, and tens of thousands of strands of Yuqing spiritual vigor were enough to satisfy his cultivation for a long time. This was a step-by-step process, and it was the exact opposite of the process of his swordsmanship. In terms of cultivation, he was conservative and old-fashioned to the extreme, but in terms of swordsmanship, he went his own way to the extreme, and it was also a type of dynamic balance. He believed that this was the true path of cultivation. If he followed the rules in both aspects, he was destined to be the product of the assembly line in the cultivation world, and he would not have much success. If he followed the rules in both aspects, he would sooner or later die of boredom. In terms of swordsmanship, he had already passed the stage of looking for great swordsmanship everywhere. No matter how great or unimaginable swordsmanship was, it relied on various concepts of the great Tao, and then applied, expanded, and refined. Then, if that was the case, why not take the initiative to master the Tao state, and then derive his own swordsmanship on the basis of the Tao state? Why should he stick to the ancients and seniors? Why should he cling to the same set and not change? The ancients and seniors things were just a flash of inspiration on the basis of the Tao state, and there were various applications and changes. As a junior cultivator, it was a mistake to only learn what others had learned, but not the fundamental Tao state, and then create a system that was suitable for one's own characteristic. Unfortunately, most cultivators could not walk out of this mistake. After Yuanying, the most important direction was the Tao state. It affected one's combat power, comprehension, and the upper realm. Even if one's cultivation level increased, it was usually accompanied by some kind of epiphany in the Tao state. Just like his 3-inch nascent soul, no matter how much spiritual opportunity he consumed, he could not reach the 3-inch threshold. However, once he had a thorough understanding of the great Tao of merit, reaching the 3-inch threshold was just a matter of time. His problem was that the direction of the Tao state when he formed his nascent soul was the nascent soul. In other words, he did not believe in anyone but himself. This was a little awkward. When he formed his nascent soul, the nascent soul was an instinctive choice. This was a very normal choice for cultivators. When they did not understand their own hearts and had no choice, they would force themselves to make a choice for a short period of time, and then make the choice that suited them the most in a split second. At that time, he was happy, but then problems came one after another. If he did not even have the most basic Tao direction after forming his nascent soul, then, where did he start to choose the direction of the Tao state? After forming his nascent soul, he had been thinking about this problem, but he had no clue. However, after he obtained the first fragment of the Great Void, he had some ideas. Thus, he had been harassing the fragments of the Great Void Tao through the Seventh Sword Spirit, and indirectly gained some understanding of the Great Void Tao. Then, after he broke out of his cocoon in the battle with Yi Hang, he completely understood his direction. The nascent soul did not ignore the other Taos. It was because he did not place emphasis on them that he could accept any kind of innate Taos, including the Buddhist Taos. His nascent soul would also grow stronger through contact with the other innate Taos. He was looking forward to seeing how his nascent soul would change after he came into contact with more innate Taos. This was almost unimaginable in the previous era. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible for one to grasp 36 innate Taos at the same time. This was completely against the laws of cultivation. However, the current era was different. The collapse of the Great Tao meant that he could obtain most of the fragments of the Great Tao. He could also comprehend most of the innate Taos. It was hard to say if he could comprehend 36, but he could look forward to at least 30. In the past, this situation would be very difficult. However, the control of merit changed some things, and he was filled with confidence in the Buddhist Taos. Fighting was fighting, fighting was fighting, and understanding the enemy's system was also a kind of pleasure. This time, when he returned to Jiaoying, he was prepared to explore the two innate Taos in a more detailed and comprehensive manner. He did not have much time, because when the next great Tao collapsed, he would have a new goal. It was a challenge to understand an innate Tao in a few hundred years, but he had no other choice. Using other innate Taos to train his nascent soul, this was his direction. As for which great Tao he would merge with in the future, or create a new great Tao himself, this was too far in the future, and there was no need to worry about it now. Now, he only needed to think about how to raise his cultivation level to the mid-stage of Yuanying, and then the late stage. Perfected monarch was a huge hurdle. In this process, he would come into contact with more innate Taos, and he would have more ideas, a broader vision, and a higher height. As for the direction of Tao merging, it was not something that even perfected monarchs could fully consider, and it might drag until half immortal. Since it was still early, why should he be in a hurry to restrict himself now? Whether or not he could become a monarch was another matter. Chapter 10:10. Lu Xiaoyi had settled down in Yaoying, and the wild boar had also found its passions. Its days could be considered to be on the right path. In Yaoying, Lu Xiaoyi had prepared a large number of secret techniques for the wild boar. He didn't force this idiot to learn them, but rather left them there for it to choose. He wasn't sure if it was better for a demonic beast to completely rely on its own instincts, or to properly interact with human techniques. The choice was in the hands of the wild boar. He wouldn't ask about it, and this was the only thing he could do for it. Following this, he would even slowly cut off the supply of jade essence to this lazy fellow. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with that bit of spiritual opportunity, but if he continued to supply it with sufficient jade essence, this fellow would continue to stay in the domain and not leave. That would be a slow suicide. The trivial matters in the domain were still bumpy, but he no longer paid attention to them. This was Jin Dan's problem. He couldn't be a babysitter forever. In the intermittent 10 years, the Yuanying swordsmen of Yaoying returned one after another. To the majority of the cultivators, they couldn't do what Lu Xiaoyi had done, where he could stay in the universe for 10 years in a flash. It wasn't just in terms of strength, but also in terms of mentality. They were just new Yuanying who had just entered the universe, and were still unable to completely adapt to the unsolvable loneliness and emptiness. 1 to 20 years was their limit. After returning to Yaoying, because of Lu Xiaoyi's presence, everyone returned to the days when Yaoying was first established, where they could freely exchange sword techniques. The strength of Yaoying's Yuanying slowly began to gather. One of the most classic scenes was when everyone flew out of the domain together, and ganged up on the boss in the void of the universe. Unfortunately, no matter if it was a few people or a dozen people, the result was the same. The gap between them seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Song Rong was the last to return. He brought back a piece of news. When I was training in outer space, I heard a message from a swordsman from a faraway sword vein. He called the Tiger Hill Swords House. It's located several universes away from the upper realm of Juzian. I heard that Zerg was attacking, and they couldn't hold on, so they sent a request for help from the sword vein in the upper realm of Juzian. The swordsmen were all very excited when they heard that they were the largest raiding race in the universe. They had heard a lot about Zerg, but they had never seen him in person. This was because this race was very cunning. Before they raided, they would fully consider the overall strength of their target. For example, Juzian was a powerful realm with hundreds of thousands of years of history, and was surrounded by many upper realms of cultivation. Once they attacked, they would definitely be attacked by the human cultivators, so they wouldn't come here. Zerg usually chose universes where the power of cultivation was thinner, and isolated realms or orthodoxies were more conducive to their expansion and retreat. Did every sword vein receive a request for help? Or is it just us? Che Xie was very cautious. He had already treated Yaoying as his home, and was very sensitive to this kind of matter that might affect the movement of the entire sect. This was because if he made a wrong judgment, it could lead to a disaster for Yaoying. Song Rong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Senior apprentice brother, you're wrong. They did send a request to the other sword vein, but they didn't officially invite us because we don't have a true monarch. Everyone felt a little awkward. This was the weakness of Yarrow Ying. In the past few years, Yarrow Ying's development had been very prosperous, and Yuanying cultivators had emerged endlessly. However, the time was too short, and it would take at least a few hundred years for a true monarch to appear. The strongest Yuanying cultivator they had now was only a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator. With this kind of strength, they might be able to jump around in close space, but if they wanted to go out of multiple universes to participate in a large-scale battle against Zerg, it would be very difficult. Zhu Fan also frowned. The key is, what level of battle is this? Tiger Hill Sword's house's strength. Zerg's scale? If it's close to Juzian's level, just our sword vein alone wouldn't be able to affect the situation. We need to look at it from the perspective of human cultivators. How many sword vein true monarchs are there in Juzian? About 10. And they can't all go. Lu Xiaoyi was very gratified. After growing up in the universe, these people had finally learned not to be impulsive. This was also forced out by the harsh living environment. He didn't say anything, and tried to let these people make the judgment. To be honest, he didn't know much about this matter. The sword vein should help their own sword vein orthodoxy in the universe, but the premise was that they had to know themselves and their enemy before they could know what kind of help they could provide and how far they could go. If this was a large insect race with a certain number of young gods, as Zhu Fan had said, they would probably need to ask for help from a human perspective and see if the 9 great sects could send out young gods. That would be the right way. In the end, when everyone looked over, Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. Everything is unclear, so we can't make a judgment. When did the battle between Tiger Hill and Zerg start? How long did it last? Or was it preparation for a rainy day? The journey was long, and if they didn't use the negative space, reinforcements would be empty talk. Wasting years on the journey, missing the opportunity, and completely losing the advantage of the sword vein's mobility. Then, how do we determine the location of the space? Who will provide the negative space floating raft? Since Tiger Hill's request for help was directed at the entire Juzian sword vein, the other sword veins would definitely be able to get more accurate information. Let's wait, someone will come to us soon. Lu Xiaoyi's words were quickly fulfilled. The next day, Jiao Yang of the Rainbow and Chuan Do of the Celestial Sword Pool came to Yuanying together. Thanks to the opening of the Heavenly Axiom, they successfully became Yuanying, and could be considered old acquaintances. In the Sword Shadow Palace, looking at the young swordsman in front of them, the two of them felt a little emotional. After parting ways at the Heaven and Earth chessboard, they hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. They used to be Jin Dan, but now they had become Yuanying. However, they didn't feel lucky at all. Instead, they felt that the burden on their shoulders had become heavier. The grudges between the sword vein and Buddhism, as well as the fact that the Great Path had collapsed, made the future full of unknowns. In the past 200 years, when it came to the development of the sect, no one in the 9 sword vein could surpass the Shaking Shadow. This was a fact that made the other sword vein feel very awkward. Back then, during the Heaven and Earth chessboard, the 9 sword vein lost their most outstanding elites. However, the Shaking Shadow sect was reborn from the ashes and gathered a large number of independent swordsman elites to reopen the sect. In this aspect, the new Shaking Shadow sect was much stronger than the other 8 sword veins. In the end, with the opening of the Heavenly Axiom, the number of Shaking Shadow sects new Yuanying greatly surpassed the other sword veins. Among the other sword veins 4 or 5 new Yuanying, there were actually more than 20 Shaking Shadow sects new Yuanying. This number was a little frightening. Apart from the fact that they didn't have a true monarch, the strength of the Shaking Shadow sect was firmly at the top of the sword vein. This was a fact that they couldn't help but admit. The leader was the seemingly harmless young man in front of them. They didn't know what method he had used to make those unruly independent swordsmen so loyal to him. In fact, in the past 200 years, the other sword vein had tried many times to poach Shaking Shadow sect's members, but none of them had succeeded. On the contrary, there were even some of their own disciples who joined the Shaking Shadow sect. This made them sigh with emotion. Chapter 10-11. Gao Yang handed over a jade scroll. This is passed down from Tiger Hill. Junior brother Shan, please take a look. Lu Xiaoyi took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He had a general understanding of it, but he still had some questions. Senior brothers, do you know anything about Tiger Hill Sword's house before this? How strong are they? How is their environment? What are their characteristics? I don't know anything about this. Please tell me the truth. This is related to the direction of the sect, so please don't blame me for being too careful. Chuan Do coughed lightly. This was the right thing to do. No matter who it was, they would want to get to the bottom of this matter. It was impossible for them to involve their subordinates in a war that they knew nothing about. The Tiger Hill Sword Manor rose to prominence tens of thousands of years ago. Its exact roots can no longer be ascertained. However, in the Ju Immortal Sword lineage survey of the nearby universes, it can be said to have a long history. When its Tao orthodoxy was established, a few of our Ju Immortal Sword lineages were even behind them. This orthodoxy of the sword vein is above our Ju Xian sword vein in terms of strength. But the difference isn't great. As far as we know, there are 5 or 6 perfected cultivators, but no sun god. This is what the perfected cultivators of the 9-sword vein know through contact, so it's more reliable. Their war with Zerg has been going on for several years, and they're at a stalemate. Although the sword vein members are strong individually, they're lacking in numbers. Their realm doesn't have a grand membrane, so the realm's foundation has been severely damaged. They're unable to completely destroy Zerg's forces, and they're worried that the realm's foundation will be too damaged. They don't want to hold on for too long, so they sent a letter asking for our help. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. These things were also explained in the Jade Slip, so it should be the truth. No one would lie about this kind of thing, because as long as you deceived someone once, there would never be a second time. Moreover, you would also have the reputation of being a swindler of the sword range. The loss outweighed the gain, he pondered. In other words, this Zerg's forces aren't that great? Gao Yang nodded. Exactly. Tiger Hill's sword vein was far weaker than any of the 9 upper sects of Juzian. In fact, on paper, their strength was even weaker than my 9 sword vein combined. Such a realm was considered weak in the vicinity of Juzian. For them to be able to resist Zerg for so many years and not suffer any losses in high-level battles, it was clear that Zerg's strength was limited. However, Zerg had the advantage in numbers. They covered the sky like locusts, and it was very difficult to clear them out. They had more than enough defense, but not enough offense. That was why they had gathered the sword vein to help. The Tiger Hill Sword Palace was located in a rather unique environment. The weather was complicated, and there were few bordering domains. Even if there were, their strength was mediocre. Moreover, you should know that orthodoxies like the sword vein are always at a disadvantage in the cultivation world. They lack the ability to communicate with others. Therefore, once something happened, it would be difficult to get reinforcement. He could only count on his fellow sword vein. That's why we thought we could go. Chuan Do interrupted. As for the origin of Zerg, our Juzian's true monarchs encountered 1 or 2 lost Yuaniing insects in the void. They were soul-searched and found out that they came from an extremely distant universe. Several hundred years ago, their nest was destroyed by a group of swordsmen, and the young god insect mother insect was completely wiped out. Only a few true monarch insects were left, and they led their race away to avoid disaster. They were killed along the way, and in the end, there were only less than 10 true monarch insects left from the huge race of over 100. That group of swordsmen even said that they would kill anyone within the hundreds of universes around their realm. They had no choice but to keep running away. They ran for several hundred years, and even went through a few times of negative space travel before finally arriving here. Therefore, this explains why these bugs refused to let go of the Tiger Hill Sword's house. They couldn't afford to offend a large sword vein, so they had to find an opportunity to vent their anger when they encountered a small sword vein. Tiger Hill is also unlucky. Moreover, there aren't any particularly powerful sword vein in the hundreds of universes around Juzian. These bugs are really cunning, they know how to pick on the soft persimmon. Gao Yang listened with fascination. They're not even allowed to appear in the hundreds of universes. Isn't that too overbearing? They are the role models of our generation of swordsmen. When will we be able to pat our chests and be so overbearing for once? I wonder where this group of swordsmen came from. What orthodoxy? Chuan Do had the same feeling. I'm not too sure. That Yuaniing insect's other memories were still clear, but its memories of this group of swordsmen were very vague. According to the judgment of the true monarch who caught it, it was scared out of its wits, and it didn't even dare to say or remember its enemies. It only vaguely knows that it came from some Huan. What is the origin of orthodoxy? I'm not sure, it's too vague. Lu Xiaoyi, who was beside him, sighed in his heart. After so many years, he finally heard some news from his hometown. His fifth ring seniors and juniors were full of vigor, but he was here squeaking. It was very depressing. Since it was a sin committed by his sect, and since he knew about it, he still had to clean up his sect's mess. He said weakly, since the two seniors representing the sword vein have already made up their minds, our Juzian sword will advance and retreat together. It's not good for the shadow-shaking realm to stay out of this. Then, how many people should we send out? Since they're separated by several universes, we can't just foolishly fly over, right? Chuan Do smiled. It's like this. Out of the 9 sword vein families, 4 have true monarchs, and 5 have Yuaniing. Each family has 1 true monarch. As for Yuaniing, it's up to each family. If there are more than 5 true monarchs, then there are at least 3 true monarchs. I wonder how many shadow-shaking realm members we'll be able to send out. As for how to get there, we've already contacted the Daoist sects and asked them about the anti-space route to Tiger Hill. It's all for the sake of humanity, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. They've also given us the closest anti-space route to Tiger Hill. Among them, the Huangting Taoism has the closest route to Tiger Hill. After we leave, we'll only need to fly for 3 months to reach the Tiger Hill Sword's house. Therefore, the transportation this time will be sponsored by the Huangting Taoism. They'll send out a large floating raft to bring us there. It'll save us at least 3 years. This was already a huge favor. However, in the history of humanity's struggles, their attitude towards Zerg had never changed. They had a common enemy. This was a confrontation between different races. The terrifying thing about Zerg was that they could reproduce better than humans. Although human beings would never admit that the reason why they were able to dominate the cultivation world of the universe and kick out the powerful ancient creatures from the moment they were born out of the cultivation world was because human beings were better at reproducing. However, they were very clear about their own advantages, so they were very wary of the Zerg clan, whose reproductive ability was even more terrifying. This was the reason why humans were especially vigilant once they knew about Zerg's movement. The 7 upper sects of Taoism were currently in a special situation. A large number of powerful cultivators were floating outside in search of Tao fragments, so the forces they could gather were very limited. Since the sword vein was willing to help, it was normal for them to provide some convenience. At the same time, they promised to ensure the sword vein's safety behind Juzian's boundary. This was also very important. It was the main reason why the sword vein finally made up their mind. Chapter 10-12. Lu Xiaoyi thought for a moment. Shall I go and ask? Senior brothers, you should know that the shadow-shaking sword sect is not like the other sword vein. It is very difficult to achieve unity. There are many things that need to be discussed. It is not good for me to decide alone. Gao Yang nodded to express his understanding. At the same time, this made them feel a little better. At least the shadow-shaking sword sect did not have the same cohesion as them. How could the two of them know that Lu Xiaoyi was not afraid of who would not go, but he was afraid of who would not be willing to go? Every sect had their own difficulties, and they were also very worried. That's about it. As a member of the Juzian sword vein, it is not good for us to stay out of it. So whoever is willing to go, raise your hand. Just as Lu Xiaoyi finished speaking, 19 hands were raised in unison below. The shadow-shaking sword palace had more than 20 nascent soul cultivators in the past few years. Excluding those who had met with accidents in the universe, there were only 21 of them, including him. Now that 19 hands were raised, it meant that only one person was not willing to go. In fact, that Yuaniing had not returned from the universe. Alright, I also know that it is useless to ask. How about this? I will leave 3 people behind. You guys think of a way to decide. Inform me later. He waved his hand and went to the front to accompany his 2 senior brothers. After chatting for a while, he heard the sharp sound of swords outside and laughed dryly. We are all loose cultivators, so our tempers are a little bad. Senior brothers, please have some tea. Jiao Yang was also a little unnatural. The rules of the shadow-shaking sword palace were indeed a little broken. The guests were still here, and they were already fighting outside. They were all experienced swordsmen. They did not dare to say anything else, but they could tell the truth from the sound of swords. This was not a fake fight, but a real fight. Fortunately, the fight was very fast. Not long after, the sword sound outside stopped. Lu Xiaoyi was full of smiles. In order to thank the Sword Vein for supporting my shadow-shaking sword sect, and to help the others from the Sword Vein, including me, the shadow-shaking sword sect is willing to send out 17 people. Speed was the most important thing in war, and it would be too late if they were late. Several days later, the various swordsmen began to gather at the Yellow Court Continent's Yellow Court Mountain. They would board the floating raft here and head to their destination through the antimatter space. Antimatter space was not something that could be mastered by a small, unorthodox orthodoxy. For hundreds of thousands of years in Juzian, only the 9 great upper sects had truly mastered the ability to traverse space. That required a deep heritage of history, piling up resources, theoretical foundations, accumulation of experience, and exploration of personnel. Ordinary sects could not do it at all. Simply put, how do you build a reverse space floating raft? How to break open the negative space? Where did the beacon come from? This foundation was not something that the unorthodox sects could solve in a short period of time. It was also the biggest obstacle for the unorthodox sects to make a comeback. It was not something that could be solved with just a few cultivators who could fight. In the world of cultivation, fighting had always been a part of cultivation, but not everything. The Huangting Taoism seemed to place a lot of importance on this expedition. They even sent out 2 yin masters to steer the raft. Who knows if they were concerned about the fate of humanity fighting against Zerg, or if they were just afraid of losing the raft. Or perhaps both. There was nothing much to say. The negotiations between the Sword Vein and the Sword Vein did not involve him. Although his strength was impressive, it was not known to others. In terms of experience, he was still too far behind. The 4 supremes of the Sword Vein would take care of him. When he was about to board the raft, his heart skipped a beat. From afar, he saw an old man dressed like an old farmer. He rolled up his sleeves and slowly walked past. It was the old farmer he saw outside the green seedling nursery. He smiled at him. Yes, it should be the patriarch of the Yin family. It seemed that his position in the Huangting Taoism was not low. Who knew what role he played in helping them this time? There must be a preference, right? The raft rose. Lu Xiaoyi was filled with emotions. He was used to riding the reverse space floating raft in the 5th ring, but this was the first time since he came to Juzian. It seemed that he had to think of a way to get himself another reverse space floating raft. This thing was more expensive than ordinary rafts. Even enlightened Master Jiao could not afford it. Where could he get it? He had to think about it carefully. He did not speak a word along the way. He only flew in silence. Not long after he left the upper realm of Juzian, he broke through the space wall and plunged into the vast reverse space. The cultivators on the floating raft had different forms. Lu Xiaoyi closed his eyes and rested. This was a rare opportunity, a chance to locate the position of the stars in the reverse space. His celestial technique was very different from the celestial technique of other cultivators. The difference was that he had already come into contact with the stars in the reverse space when he was in Foundation establishment. It was only until the end of the Jin Dan era that he replaced it with the constellation treasure mirror. There was an advantage to this method. It allowed him to have tens of thousands of stars in the reverse space that he could use. It was enough to form a slightly rough network of coverage. He came here this time to make full use of this point. Perhaps he could only find the path in the reverse space between Juzian and Tiger Hill. However, it did not matter. With this as a foundation, he would be able to find the way home step by step. Since Zerg could come here, then as a smarter human, there was no reason why he could not find his way home. The Yuaniing sat quietly. In the cabin of the floating raft, the 4 swordsman perfected monarchs were also discussing this expedition. They were perfected monarch Zhongming from Sword Knocking Mountain, perfected monarch Yangguan from Heavenly Sword Lake, perfected monarch Dafar from Xiaozhong Mountain, and perfected monarch Red Sparrow from Heavenly Sword Lake. 3 of the perfected monarchs were Yin Soul perfected monarchs. Only perfected monarch Yangguan from Heavenly Sword Lake was an Essence Soul perfected monarch. He was also the leader of this expedition. It was a little rushed. However, swordsmen should not be afraid of the slightest thing. Since they had decided to take action, they should be decisive. Otherwise, if they hesitated and delayed the battle, it would cause more casualties. There is no one to guide the way. I am not sure about the specific progress of the battle. For now, I am unable to contact the sword vein from Tiger Hill. These are all problems that need to be solved. Perfected monarch Red Sparrow said seriously. The relationship between the 9 sword vein in Juzian was not bad. Under the pressure of the 9 upper sects, and with the 3,000 unorthodox groups eyeing them covetously, they could not afford to have internal strife. In the Juzian upper realm, they were geographically scattered, so there were not many private conflicts. Achieving their goal in this expedition was one thing, but the losses could not be too great. The sword vein selection was very special. 4 sword veins had sent 4 perfected monarchs, while 5 sword veins had sent 37 Yuaniing. If they returned and found out that all the perfected monarchs were still there, and only a few Yuaniing were left, what would the 5 sword veins think? It was precisely because the Yuaniing were not their own that the 4 of them had to be even more careful. They were all seeds of the sword vein. Under the immense pressure of the upper sects, unorthodox groups, Buddhism, and the changes in the Great Tao, losing any one of them would be very painful. As a whole, relying on each other as lips and teeth was the true portrayal of their current situation. There was no problem of harming the other sword veins' positions. If they did not have a position to go up, they would be the ones harming themselves. Perfected monarch Zhongming shook his head. This kind of action is indeed inappropriate, but there is also one advantage. That is, we can completely decide on our own actions, and we don't have to worry about possible trap. If we can win and take advantage of the situation, we will fight. If Zerg has the advantage, we will retreat. We must maintain complete independence. The best way is to approach them covertly. There is no need to rush to contact Tiger Hill. They are the local bullies. They should be the ones coming to us, not the other way around. Chapter 10:13. The sages discussed for a long time before Yangguan finally made the decision. At that time, we will hide outside. Zhongming and Dafar, you two will lead the troops. Red Sparrow and I will observe from a closer distance. First, we will check on Zerg's arrangements. Second, we will contact Tiger Hill. Do not act rashly without my orders. Then, he turned to the Yuaniing. They were very excited because they were going to fight Zerg. Zerg is not stupid. In fact, they are very cunning. Since the birth of the universe, countless races have disappeared in the long river of history. Most of them were ancient mutants. However, Zerg survived. Not only did it grow stronger, but it also competed with humans for cultivation resources. In the historical records, there were countless victories against Zerg. Why is it that the more Zergs are killed, the more Zergs there are? The reason is very simple. Because of propaganda, humans only report the good news and not the bad news. In fact, the number of times Zerg succeeded in robbing humans is much higher than the number of times they failed. Of course, they are selective in their attacks. The reason why I am telling you all this is to tell you that if you only see them as ridiculous insects and think that you can kill them like stepping on ants, then the ones who will lose their lives in the end will be you. Seeing the Yuanying's serious expression, Yang Guan nodded in satisfaction. You have not encountered Zerg before. But I have. I have even been injured in battle. That is not embarrassing. Being injured is the glory of a swordsman. What is embarrassing is that you think you are better than the Zergs, but in the end, you will become their food. I know that many of you think that your sword skills are amazing. I understand that you can't wait to try it out. But in terms of the rhythm of the battle, you must listen to the orders of your martial uncles. You cannot act on your own. This is for your lives, and also for the entire Juzian sword team. Remember, this is not the time to be a hero. Most of the swordsmen were listening attentively. Only one of them was still resting with his eyes closed, as if his soul had left his body. Yang Guan knew this person. He was born into a powerful clan and was also the ruler of a continent. He was proud and conceited. Yang Guan wasn't worried about him, but he hoped that he wouldn't drag the 10 or so Yuanying realm cultivators into the gutter with him. Perfected Lord Yi Li was his close friend. He did not wish for Yaoying's sword palace, which had just stood up with great difficulty, to fall again. He ignored this single ear. He knew that this new Yuanying was extremely proud and arrogant. If he didn't suffer a huge loss, he wouldn't be able to change his mind. He turned to Zhongming and Defy. Pay special attention to the Shaking Shadow sect. They have 17 Yuanying, which accounts for almost half of the total. Their leader is a bit arrogant. Don't let him ruin our overall arrangement. Defy and Defy were very experienced and could see these things clearly. As long as the two of them paid attention, what trouble could a single Yuanying cause? Several months later, the floating raft broke through the wall again and arrived at the starry sky outside the realm. This was also the location of the Huangting Taoism. From now on, the cultivators could only fly with their bodies to the Tiger Hill Swords house. There were different types of floating rafts. Those that were suitable for anti-space flight might not be suitable for flight in the main world. If a floating raft was too close to Tiger Hill, it would become an easy target. A distance of 3 months was actually very suitable. It was suitable for the swordsman to escape or return after victory. Zerg wouldn't be able to track them down easily. The Huangting Taoism cultivator solemnly said to the 4 swordsmen, "The Huangting Taoism's floating raft will always be here waiting for you, regardless of time, until you return. Be careful when you return, and be careful of your tail. Zerg is ferocious and cunning. He's not someone easy to deal with. It's a pity that we can't fight alongside you. The future is unpredictable, so be careful. We don't want to drag Juzian's army into this for the second time." The 37 Yuanying swordsmen formed a tight formation and began to advance into the deep space. 10,000 miles away, the Red Sparrow took the lead because his escape technique was the best. Zhongming, Defy, and Defy were spread out several thousand miles to the left and right, while Yang Guan was at the back. The 4 true lords surrounded the Yuanying tightly. Their goal was to use their powerful divine sense to search for any changes. If there were any changes, the Yuanying would have enough time to react. The Yuanying were a little nervous. Not because they were afraid, but because they were excited. None of them had seen the infamous Zerg's army before. They were all hoping for a glorious victory this time to prove what they had learned. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Even though Yang Guan had repeatedly reminded them, how could a small Zerg that was chased here by the sword vein be a real threat? The true lord's words were only to warn them to be careful in the battle. They were all Yuanying who were hundreds of years old and had fought countless battles in their lives. How could they be careless in battle? It made sense to think this way. The 5 true lords from the sword vein on Tiger Hill were already able to resist the pressure of nearly 10 true lords from Zerg. With the addition of 4 true lords, the number of true lords was already equal. Was there even a need to think about the direction of the battle? Their fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger as they flew. Only 5 people, 4 true lords and Lu Xiaoyi, were the exception. The true lords knew how powerful Zerg was, so they would not underestimate the enemy. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, looked down on the enemy to the extreme. Yang Guan was right, but not completely right. Swordsmen should have the fearlessness of swordsmen and the spirit of a swordsman. Strategically looking down on the enemy, tactically looking down on the enemy was the right thing to do. Yang Guan had it exactly the opposite. He had already described Zerg as an amazing person. His feelings were understandable, but he had placed too much emphasis on the enemy in terms of strategy, and there was nothing to write home about in terms of tactic. First, 2 swordsmen to investigate the situation, then make the follow-up arrangements. It sounded clear and logical, but in reality, it had thrown away the sharpest aura of a swordsman. Without an aura, would a swordsman still be a swordsman? Their strength would be weaker by a few degrees. If he was in command, he would be rash. After several months of gathering strength, he would directly face Zerg's army head-on and attack them from the back. If the sword cultivators from Tiger Hill were smart, they would rush out and cooperate with him. Even if they did not cooperate, they would just sweep past them and leave without stopping. That would put the Zergs in a difficult position, and they would not know where the next attack would come from. How many experts in this swarm would be able to withstand such a massacre? This was the essence of controlling the sword. You don't know when I'm coming, and where I'm coming from. Why am I here? Maybe I'm here to rescue them. Or maybe I'm just passing by. It depends on my mood. I'll run after taking advantage of the situation, never stopping, never giving the impression that I care about the safety of Tiger Hill, unrestrained and unrestrained, free and unrestrained. Zhuxian sword cultivators lacked this kind of confidence. They thought of themselves as Dharma cultivators and physique cultivators. They always used normal cultivator tactics to imprison themselves, but they had lost the sharpness of a swordsman. Listen to how Shenyuan beat up these swarm. Although it was only a few sentences, the entire battle process was vividly portrayed. Attacking the nest and killing the insect queen? That would be a blatant sneak attack, taking the general first with 1,000 soldiers, chasing and killing all the way. That would be to not fight head-on, but to move around freely. First, I'll slap you in the face while you're angry and impulsive. Later, I'll take your head while you're losing your confidence. It was not that they did not have the ability to end it in a single battle, but that there was no need to. Only by chasing and killing would it be the least costly slaughter. Just like in a battle between armies in the mortal world, the greatest casualties were never in a head-on confrontation, but always when one was chasing and the other was escaping. This was the art of war. Chapter 10:14. Lu Xiaoyi did not say anything. Without enough status, he did not have the right to speak. Not to mention the 4 perfected monarchs, even the other Yuanian cultivators from the sword vein would not listen to him. If he spoke, it would only confuse them. Not only would it not be accepted, it would also cause a knot in their heart. Furthermore, not every sword vein cultivator could execute the Shenyuan style of attack. That was a tradition. It was confidence. It was fearlessness. It was strength. It was pride that was carved into their bones. It was a habit that had been cultivated through countless victories. It was not a simple matter of tactics. He could not command these people because they did not have such a habit. They would not trust him without reservation. The only ones he could command were the 16 Yuanian cultivators of the Shaking Shadow Sect. Who knew if there would be such an opportunity? The swordsman group finally hid on a desolate planet a day's journey away from the Tiger Hill Swords House. Perfected monarch Zhongming guarded this group of Yuanian cultivators while Dafa roamed outside to keep watch. Yang Guan and Hong Qiu left the swordsman group and began to make their way towards the Tiger Hill Swords House. Lu Xiaoyi stood on the desolate planet and looked around. The location of the Tiger Hill Swords House was somewhat special. The starry sky here was not pure and clean. Instead, it was in a kind of cosmic medium that was half fog and half haze. It was a place where cosmic particles, dust, and celestial bodies exploded and formed a large area of haze. In fact, it could be said that the Tiger Hill Swords House was in a haze nebula. This kind of environment naturally had an effect on cultivators. The most important thing was that the range of their spiritual sense was 60 to 70% shorter than normal. However, It did not have much of an effect on flying swords or casting spells. The 10 swordsmen from the Shaking Shadow sect gathered around Lu Xiaoyi. This was a habit. If the Shaking Shadow sect continued to exist for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, this might become a tradition. How do we deal with the haze? How do we deal with it? How do we use it? It's not good to scatter. Let's assemble the formation. Che Xie replied. Give up on long-range attacks and focus on mid-range attacks. Song Rong suggested. Vertical and horizontal combo, don't stop. Zhu Fan's expression was savage. Every Shaking Shadow swordsman had their own ideas. If this had happened in any other orthodoxy, it would have been a meaningless debate. However, in the Shaking Shadow realm, this kind of debate was something they were used to. There would definitely be an outcome. They were not fighting for the sake of argument, but for the sake of slaughter. They would always be able to find a way that everyone could accept. This kind of chaos had already persisted for over 100 years. In the eyes of outsiders, this was nothing more than a pile of loose sand, which seemed to fit the situation of the Shaking Shadow realm. However, only they themselves knew that arguing was also a form of cohesion. This was the specialty of the Shaking Shadow realm. Everyone has the right to speak. Of course, there was only one person who could make the decision. Lu Xiaoyi ignored them. It was not worth it, and he would not make any great suggestions. It was just dealing with some escaping insects, not the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. As long as the swordsman could truly be himself, nothing else mattered. What he was thinking about was how to get a living Zerg. Of course, it could not be a small insect. It had to be a big insect, at least at the level of a Yuanying. It would be best if it was a true monarch insect. He wanted to obtain some information from the 5th ring. It had been too long, but his memories had not faded because of time. Instead, they had deepened with time. The weaker the sword vein here was, the more he missed his master. This was the biggest joke in the world. In the 5th ring, this kind of Zerg would not even have a chance to get close. He would be treated as a practice target and torn to pieces. The first world in the universe, Sai. Yang Guan and Red Sparrow moved forward stealthily through the void. They turned off their divine sense and focused on passively receiving all kinds of auras from the universe. This was to find Zerg's headquarters without being discovered. The information they received was from a few years ago. Then, a few years had passed since then. Had there been any major changes in the attacking and defending sides? No one could say for sure. After fighting for so many years, the chances of one side losing was not high. If Tiger Hill had really been destroyed, there would have been some news about it. The first thing they needed to confirm was the battlefield in the universe? Or was it in the bounded domain? Or had the small insects been released into the bounded domain, and the big insects were roaming outside to provide support? Zerg was a very special race. They were especially suited to roaming in the universe because they were born with the ability to adapt to the environment of the universe. They were unlike humans, where cultivators below the level of Yuanying would die as soon as they were exposed to the universe. Zerg would not die. They could gather into groups in the universe and fly in the void of the universe with the help of powerful cultivators. They were in a state of suspended animation. Once they were released into the bounded domain, they would immediately jump up and down and do as much damage as they liked. Then, they would grow stronger in the midst of the damage. Tiger Hill Sword's house was a small self-cultivation bounded domain. It was thousands of miles wide and was probably only slightly larger than the small continents in Juzian. This kind of capacity meant that powerful cultivators could easily control the situation of entering and exiting the bounded domain. They might not be able to seal off the entire bounded domain, but they could provide early warnings. No matter if a cultivator entered or exited the bounded domain, they would not be able to escape their surveillance. This was also why Yang Guan and Red Sparrow did not dare to enter the Tiger Hill bounded domain. They planned to patrol outside Tiger Hill to figure out the movements of the big insects and gather in the bounded domain. They flew quietly and passively with their divine sense. This limited the range of their detection during flight. In addition, there were clouds and fog everywhere in the bounded domain, so they did not dare to fly at full speed. A few days later, while flying around the bounded domain, they discovered Zerg's gathering place outside the bounded domain. They were shocked by what they sensed. There were only a few perfected cultivators, but the number of Yuaniing insects far exceeded their imagination. Just the number of insects they discovered was close to 200. This number had far exceeded the capacity of Tiger Hillsword's house. They wondered if it had always been like this. Or was it a recent change? A perfected cultivator could easily crush a Yuaniing. However, if the Yuaniing used numbers to make up for the difference, especially one like Zerg who was not afraid of death, 10 of them would be able to hold back a perfected cultivator, and 20 to 30 of them would be able to pose a threat to a perfected cultivator. Not to mention the fact that they were different species among the insects. It was just like how human cultivators were able to challenge cultivators who were stronger than themselves. If there were so many Yuaniing insects from the beginning, Tiger Hillsword's house would not have been able to hold out for so long. It was impossible that the request for help sent out a few years ago did not mention this. Otherwise, it would be a lie. Lying about one's enemy's strength was equivalent to harming one's allies. No matter how despicable the people of Tiger Hill were, they would not dare to do such a thing. Furthermore, the people of Tiger Hill had never done such a thing in their tens of thousands of years of reputation. Then, it could only be something that had happened recently. The two perfected cultivators' judgment was quite accurate. Either there were other small groups of insects that had joined in, or this group of insects had used some special method. It had to be one of the two. Chapter 10:15. Tiger Hillsword's house. The mountain gate formation had been fully activated. The entire sect was in a state of numbness after a long period of war. The war had been going on for nearly 10 years. At the beginning, they were evenly matched, but in the middle of the war, they were in a stalemate, and now they were completely at a disadvantage. The entire process was full of variables, and also full of mistakes. When Zerg first appeared, Tiger Hillsword's house's judgment was rather optimistic. They thought that Zerg would tactfully leave after encountering a firm resistance. This was not a delusion, but a habit of Zerg. When they could not defeat their opponent in one go, they would always choose their next target, and would not waste too much of their strength on a tough opponent. Zerg also had a cost-effectiveness ratio. If they drifted in the universe for too long, it would greatly affect the growth of their species. In short, if they were soft, they would swallow them, and if they were hard, they would avoid them. Tiger Hillsword's house could not be said to be very strong. They could not completely defeat Zerg in a direct confrontation, but they could still maintain a frontal defense. In theory, Zerg should not waste too much time and energy here, and should be looking for their next target. Therefore, in the first 3 years of the war, the two races fought fiercely against each other. In terms of losses, Zerg suffered more. But what surprised the people of Tiger Hill was that these Zergs seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. They seemed to have fixed their eyes on Tiger Hill, and had no intention of leaving. Were they trying to destroy everything? After another 2 years, the people of Tiger Hill felt that something was wrong. This was because Zerg had begun to release small Zergs into the realm. With Zerg's habits, they would only release small Zergs into the human realm to absorb nutrients when they had completely conquered or gained the upper hand. If they did so too early, it would result in a large number of deaths. This was because the low-level Zergs were far inferior to human Foundation establishment Jindan cultivators in the Chi layer. Such a rash action could only mean one thing. This swarm was determined to obtain Tiger Hill. They were willing to risk huge losses to create trouble for humans in the domain and disrupt the normal cultivation environment of human. After understanding this point, the people of Tiger Hill weighed the pros and cons and sent a request for help to the sword vein of the faraway Juzian Upper Realm. This was one of their few options. Only an upper realm like the Juzian Upper Realm would dare to send reinforcements without fear of retaliation. Meanwhile, in the small territories near Tiger Hill, there were either very few Yuaniing upper realms, or the upper realms were too chaotic to form a united force, or they did not have a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of the upper realm. There were always very few forces that dared to go on an expedition in the universe, as it involved too many problems. With his current strength, what would he do if he ventured out of his lair? Would there be anyone from the outer realms eyeing him covetously? Would there be anyone from the inner realms taking advantage of the situation? Then, he persevered while waiting. Until last year, Zerg's forces suddenly grew. There was no change in the number of true lords, but the number of Yuaniing upper realm had more than doubled. The reason was that Zerg had used a special method of communication to bring in 2 more small swarms. The Tiger Hill Swords House began to fall into a state of total defense. Fighting in the universe had become dangerous, so they could only hide behind the Mountain Gates formation and wait for possible reinforcements. To be honest, if the people of Tiger Hill had chosen to fight the moment Zerg arrived, they would have had a 60% chance of winning. However, now, they had less than a 10% chance. The overwhelming Yuaniing swarm would tear them apart. Waiting was torturous, but it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything. The Tiger Hill swordsmen had sent out all their foundation establishment Jin Dan to fight against the swarm that was becoming more and more serious. Some of the Yuaniing swordsmen had also joined in. The main force of the Tiger Hill sword vein could only rely on the mountain gate and choose to launch attacks from time to prevent the swarm from invading the realms. The casualties had suddenly increased in the past year. Out of the 6 true lords, none of them had died in the first 10 years of war, but in the past year, 2 of them had died. Almost half of the 30 to 40 Yuaniing Swords House had left. Under such circumstances, they could only hold on for a limited amount of time. If reinforcements still didn't arrive, they would either die in battle or break out of the Sword Vein House. No one would choose to break out of the Sword Vein House because doing so would mean abandoning the mortals of the mainland and letting them struggle in the face of the swarm's rampage. It would also mean abandoning the middle and low-level swordsmen and letting their foundation be destroyed. The 4 true lords stood outside the Sword Vein House with solemn expressions. The sect and the mainland were facing a crisis of life and death, but as the leaders, they couldn't come up with any feasible countermeasures. It was truly despairing. Beside them was a huge spiritual crown, which was similar to Lu Xiaoyi's binoculars. Through it, they could see into the distance that cultivators couldn't reach. There were no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Wen Zhenjuan's expression was lonely. He could feel the heavy pressure of the swarm's headquarters outside the Sword Vein House. His mood was gloomy. Just wait like this. Foundation establishment Jin Dan Swords House are dying every day, but we don't know when it will end. Why don't we just rush out and ask for a quick death? It's better than suffering here. Zhu Zhenjuan was expressionless. Even if we want a quick death, we need to find a good opportunity to kill as many people as possible. I haven't seen such an opportunity yet. Zhu Zhenjuan sighed. Opportunities are created by fighting, not by waiting. Yesterday, we lost another Yuaniing. Now, there are less than 20 Yuaniing left. Even if there are fewer Yuaniing, even if we fight to the death with Zerg, how much can we do? Actually, with Tiger Hill's current strength as a grand cultivator, it was already impossible for them to defeat Zerg. However, if they just wanted to break out of the encirclement, they could still do it by paying a price. The problem was, how were they going to bring away the low-level cultivators? They could only take a floating raft. However, if they took a raft, how could they escape from the enemy's absolute advantage in numbers? It was no different from seeking death. Death was worthless. Now, they could at least contribute by killing the swarm's swarm, letting the low-level cultivators contribute in the swarm while they, the grand cultivators, ran away alone? Which orthodoxy would do such an irresponsible thing? Tang Zhenjuan, who was the leader, let out a long sigh. Now that things have come to this, I am to blame. I didn't deal with it properly in the beginning and was too conservative. However, now is not the time to dwell on the mistakes. The message was sent out 5 years ago. Tiger Hill is flying from Juzian to Tiger Hill. If there are no accidents, it will take 3 to 4 years. If the upper realm of Juzian responds, they will definitely take the reverse space. Then, the window of time will appear within this period of time. My opinion is that we should hold on for another 6 months. If there is still no news after 6 months, then we will all die. This was a logical judgment. At that time, Tiger Hill Sword's house sent out 2 Yuanying on their fastest floating raft to break out. At that time, Zerg's Yuanying group did not have that many people, so it was considered smooth sailing. However, in reality, there was a possibility that the message could not be delivered. The void of the universe now was more dangerous than before. Void beasts, man-made disasters, astronomical phenomena, all kinds of unexpected events. Just 2 Yuanying alone could not be said to be able to do as they pleased in the universe. However, such thoughts could not be said out loud. It would cause confusion. Tang Jinjuan looked at his 3 junior brothers. We need to be prepared for 2 things. Chapter 10:16. The first thing we need to do is to prepare Zhu Xian's reinforcement. Tang Jinjuan said word by word, we spread the news 5 years ago, which is very different from now. Therefore, there won't be many reinforcements. If they see so many Yuanying Zergs, what will they think? Will they think that we are deliberately hiding the size of the Zergs to ask for reinforcements? The monarchs nodded. This was very normal. If a friend said that a vicious dog bit someone and asked you to help him, what would you think when you went out with a stick and found that it was not a dog but a giant Zerg? The information won't work either. We can't spread the news, which means that it will be very difficult for both sides to work together. There is no plan. If we face the enemy separately, whether it is us or the reinforcements, we may be defeated separately. The key to avoiding this is us, because the reinforcements don't understand the general situation, but we do. Therefore, we must take the initiative. Once there are signs of battle in the outer realms, our only choice is to attack together. Do you have any doubts about what I said? Wen Jinjuan laughed. What doubts can there be? It's just bringing forward the time to go all out. In any case, it will be the same in the end. It's just a matter of time. Tang Jinjuan nodded. The second preparation is much simpler. Burn down the mountain gate and destroy everything indiscriminately. Whether it is Foundation Establishment, Jin Dan, Yuanying True Monarch. The outer realms are lonely. Why don't we all be buried here and prepare our own coffins? Tell them that no one will carry the coffins, and no one will cry in the grave. Zhu Zhenjuan asked, don't we need to start the seed plan? Tang Zhenjuan's face flashed. If it is a human force attacking, of course we need to start the seed plan, because we don't have to worry about the safety of the mortals. No matter who comes, we will not mistreat the common people, but if it is Zerg, then there is no need. Why leave the seeds? For the Zergs to chew on? A sect that was destroyed by a wandering Zerg that can't even be considered a top-level Zerg colony, what right do we have to leave our orthodoxy? Continue to be bullied by Zerg? It's good to break it, so that the future generations won't mention it and shame us. Shame on the ancestors of Tiger Hill. Yang Guan and Little Red did not get too close to Zerg's headquarters. Almost 200 Yuanying insect cultivators and several true monarch insect cultivators had gathered together. The aura around them was very strong. They were also worried that if they were exposed, it would bring disaster upon themselves. They had come quietly and left quietly. Since they had achieved their goal, they should not linger. Both of them were experienced. However, no matter how rich they were, they had never faced an insect swarm that had once been incomparably glorious and possessed an insect queen's nest. Although this bug swarm could barely be considered a medium-sized bug swarm in the universe, their previous foundation made them different from the small bug swarm that hid everywhere in the universe. It was just like 2 beggars. One grew up in the wild, while the other came from a wealthy family and fell to such a state. Their vision and methods were completely different. Yang Guan slowly retreated, trying not to let the aura fluctuations caused by their flight disturb the other party. There were also great cultivators at the level of Supreme in the insect swarm. Even if they were not at the level of Yang Spirit, they should be at the level of Primordial Spirit. They could not be careless. After slowly retreating to a safe distance, Cardinal let out a sigh of relief. Senior brother, it doesn't seem too optimistic. There are too many Yuanying level in the insect swarm. How can we, a mere 37 of us, fight against nearly 200? A direct sneak attack doesn't seem advisable. Yang Guan's expression was ugly. They had come all the way here. How could they return without even fighting a battle? How would the Sword Vein conduct themselves in the Juxian upper realm in the future? However, he was also unwilling to fight head-on. Even if the heavens took pity on them and won in the end, how many of them would be able to survive the siege of nearly 200 insect swarm? They would be able to save face if they returned, but what about the inside? Wouldn't the Buddhist sect laugh their heads off? For a moment, they were in a real dilemma. He could only say, let's go back first and discuss this. The key is whether or not we can act at the same time as the Tiger Hill swordsman. Otherwise, no one has the ability to take on this battle alone. Red Sparrow did not have a plan either. He could only walk back. As they were already a safe distance away, they dared to release their divine sense. As soon as they did, their expressions changed drastically. A huge arc had already surrounded them. The other half was missing because they did not have enough time. It was also where the majority of the troops were. This meant that the two of them were discovered while they were spying. Then, they took advantage of the fact that they did not dare to release their divine sense when they were away. Hence, they circled around and surrounded them from afar. Fortunately, they had released their divine sense early. Otherwise, they would have lured the insect swarm to the swordsman's hiding place. Now, they still had time. Yang Guan flicked his hand and a few specially-made talismans flew out. Although he did not want to see this situation, he was not completely unprepared. He looked at Red Sparrow, junior brother. Let's turn around and rush to Tiger Hill. Red Sparrow laughed. These insects are really difficult to deal with. Fine, we swordsmen. Which place isn't a burial ground for us? Without hesitation, the two of them turned around and rushed in the direction of Tiger Hill. At this time, they did not care about hiding their tracks. Their flying swords left their bodies and shot forward, creating a gap in the swarm. As soon as the two of them moved, the insect swarm that surrounded them immediately sensed it. The hidden encirclement became an open attack. The auras of 4 perfected lords and close to 100 Yuanying swarmed towards the center. This was a sign that they did not want to let the two of them live. Yang Guan had a green fire sword and Red Sparrow had a crimson dragon sword. As they flew, they created waves of sword light. Within the sword light, there were also sword lights that split apart. Tens of thousands of sword lights shone, illuminating the area as bright as day. They were both old swordsmen. They knew that this was not the time to hide their strength. Every breath was precious. Every breath they took meant that they were closer to Tiger Hill. They could not go back, because the result would be a chaotic battle. Without a surprise attack, without the element of surprise, and with an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, this battle alone would be enough to destroy the expedition team's morale. The loss of manpower would be immeasurable. The entire rescue plan would be half a failure. It would become a tactic that they did not want to see the most. Therefore, the best solution now was for the two of them to rush to Tiger Hill alone. This way, Zerg would not know how many reinforcements had come this time. They could also use this opportunity to contact Tiger Hill. They had already planned for this change. In the communication talisman they sent out, they had already agreed on the time and arrangement for the attack. Therefore, it was not the end of the world. However, the prerequisite was that they had to rush out. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. Several Yuanying insect swarm in front of them were cut into a rain of blood by the sword lights. However, the remaining ones were still fearless. This was Zerg. To completely crush their confidence was not something that an ordinary force could do. Yang Guan and Red Sparrow's sword lights were still sharp. However, they could not kill all the insect swarm in the second wave. Then came the third wave. When the flying swords slowed down a little, 4 powerful auras came down from the left and right. Humans would not do such a thing. They would sacrifice the lives of their subordinates to stop the enemy's attack. However, Zerg would. Furthermore, the superior would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for justice. The insect monarch had arrived. Chapter 10:17. When Zhongming received the talisman, his face was ashen. Beside him was Defy, who was also gnashing his teeth. They needed to make a decision immediately, or else things would change. Under the siege, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially against a race like Zerg who was willing to risk their lives. Junior Defy, bring the Yuanying to the outer gathering point. I'll go and support my 2 seniors. The 4 of us came out, so 4 of us have to go back. Even if we're dead, we can't just let the Zergs eat us, right? Defy glared. Who's your junior? I became a monarch earlier than you, okay? If you go and support them, there'll only be one result. 3 corpses will be eaten. What's the point of pretending? If we're going, we'll go together. The chances of us breaking out of the Zerg's encirclement are the highest. Otherwise, we might as well not go. They're all Yuanying, they don't need anyone to take care of them. You and I have lived and died countless times in the universe at their age. Don't look down on them, they can make their own decisions. The 2 gathered the Yuanying and gave a brief explanation, especially mentioning a time 7 days later. That would be an important point for them to attack from both inside and outside. Before that, safety and concealment were the most important. After giving some instructions and appointing a leader, they immediately left and ran towards Tiger Hill. They were confident that if they could make it in time, if even the combined strength of 4 monarchs could not break out of Tiger Hill, then their skills would have been wasted. The relationship between the 9-sword vein in the upper realm of Juzian was very deep. This could be seen from the fact that when the Yarrow Ying clan was in trouble, the other veins could fully support them. Even when faced with ascetic Zen, they did not retreat. The cultivation world was constantly changing, and the Great Path was uncertain. This made the sword vein even more united. Seeing that their 2 seniors had returned to face the enemy so as not to drag them down, how could they just stand by and watch? As for the Yuanying, they were no longer children. Liu Daoren watched as his 2 martial uncles left. He knew that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He was the designated leader of the Yuanying group. Because he was experienced and had a wide network of connections, other than those shaking shadow swordsman disciples, the other swordsmen still respected him. There were 2 things he had to do. First, he had to bring his fellow apprentices to a faraway place and hide them well. Because Zerg was not stupid, he would definitely send out a lot of Zergs to search for them. He could not expose himself so easily. Secondly, the counterattack in 7 days' time would need to be organized and coordinated. It would not be easy. He coughed lightly and said, "Junior brothers, please follow me. I promise you that we'll come back in 7 days. The swordsmen silently stood up. Although they were sullen, this was their martial uncle's order. No matter how much they disliked it, they could not go against it and affect the overall situation. The 4 martial uncles had risked their lives to create this opportunity for them to leave. They could not be stubborn. Liu Daoren watched with satisfaction as the swordsmen came to his side one by one. Then, he frowned. Because there were still 16 people standing there motionlessly, staring at one person's back. It was indeed the shaking shadow group. Before his martial uncles left, they had specifically told him to keep these wild characters in check and not to be too harsh. Thus, he tried to soften his tone. "Junior brother Shan, I understand how you feel, but we still have to look at the big picture." Lu Xiaoyi stood there quietly, looking in the direction of Tiger Hill. The 4 martial uncles' sacrifice was admirable. Their fearlessness was also admirable. They had displayed their loyalty to each other to the extreme. Unfortunately, why couldn't they take everyone with them? Why was it so difficult to play around? Fight in 7 days? Could they be sure that Zerg was not prepared? Could they be sure that all 4 of them would be able to escape? Could they be sure that a pincer attack would be effective? Didn't they still have to gamble? Furthermore, they had to gamble when Zerg was prepared. These swordsmen, they had to be forced to a certain extent before they were willing to fight to the death. Furthermore, it was a personal life and death struggle. Couldn't he have had a heroic heart from the very beginning and fought to rise from the jaws of death? He did not turn around and only said 2 words. These 2 words were very familiar to the shaking shadow swordsman. "Devil's Blade! Devil's Blade!" The 16 shaking shadow swordsmen replied in unison. Lu Xiaoyi stood up in the air. The 16 shaking shadow swordsmen instantly formed a crescent moon blade behind him. Swordsman, we should not care about how strong our opponents are, how powerful they are, how terrifying. All we need to know is, where are they? His body moved forward. Follow me. Devil's Blade followed closely behind without hesitation. The remaining 20 Yuanying felt their blood boil as they watched. Some of them looked at the leader with ill intentions. Senior brother Liu, Priest Liu gave a long sigh. He couldn't let these tens of nascent soul stage cultivators split into halves again. That would mean the power of these nascent soul stage cultivators would fall apart, and they would never be able to join forces again. The 4 martial uncles had gone. The shaking shadow swordsman had gone. Did they have any other choice? Devil's Blade. Let's follow. This was the most reckless decision Liu Daoren had ever made in his cautious life, and it had changed his entire life. Outside the entrance of Tiger Hill, Perfected When was observing the response of the spiritual crown. One of the 4 perfected lords would always stay here to observe any suspicious movements in outer space. That would be Tiger Hill's last chance. The spiritual crown was made of special materials and craftsmanship. It could observe the disturbance in outer space much further than a perfected lord's divine sense. In a situation where the Tiger Hill swordsman could not go deep into outer space, this was their only way to observe the arrival of reinforcements. They could not afford to miss it. It was related to the life and death of a sect and a continent. Suddenly, when Zhenjuan seemed to have sensed something, as he observed carefully, he transmitted a message to his 3 martial brothers. The next moment, the 3 perfected lords arrived. The 4 of them gathered together and carefully analyzed the situation. Perfected Lord Zhu said, "It's in the direction of Polaris, half a day's journey. It's a little vague. We can understand it as a battle or an astronomical phenomenon. We haven't been using this thing for long, so we can't really tell. Why would the swordsman use the spiritual crown for no reason? It was only because they were forced by Zerg to the entrance that they took it out from the depths of the warehouse. Therefore, they needed a lot of experience to distinguish between man-made and astronomical phenomena. They were not familiar with this yet." Perfected Lord Zhu's observation was more comprehensive. The swarm's base is moving. Just like every time they prepare to attack the entrant. It's mainly Yuanying's movements that the perfected lords can't observe. There are 2 possibilities. Either they really want to attack, or they're trying to cover it up. When Zhenjuan had been observing for the longest time, so he could see deeper than them. It doesn't look like astronomical phenomena. It's because the fluctuation of spiritual crown is getting closer. It's just that it stopped after a short distance. It's more likely that someone tried to break in and was stopped. We can't be sure how many people are coming. Who is it? Is it reinforcements or just passing by? Tang Zhenjuan took a deep breath. He had made a mistake in the beginning of the war. He could not hesitate anymore. Pass down the order. Tiger Hill's entrance is open. All Foundation establishment Jin Dan are to go out and sweep the swarm. Tell them that there are no reinforcements, no retreat, and no home. Leave no one above Yuanying alive. Follow me and kill. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.